Everybody ready?
Well, was that me? That was you, okay. I am.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is October 7th, 2024. This is day 5, case number CR 2020-02513. This is Joanna Stolar versus State of Wisconsin Department of Corrections. The parties are the same as far as appearances. We have Attorney Olmanson, Attorney Zacard, Paralegal Mr. Ross for the respondent. To my right I have Attorney Hitchcock Cross, counsel for the complainant. And on the witness table thing, we have Miss Joanna Stolar, and we are still in the middle of, or beginning of, cross-examination. Attorney Olmanson, are you ready to continue?
I believe I am.
All right. You're a witness, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Stolar, that there was anybody who could have stopped Mr. Toutant from grabbing your breasts before he started?
Are we going to have questions, Judge, or just statements, or where are we at?
We're in the resuming cross where we left off.
Oh, okay, I was
So-
waiting for a question.
That was.
That was a question. Okay, then I object. Form.
I can
Rephrase it.
You contend that there was anybody at the fishing event who could have prevented Mr. Toutant from grabbing your breasts?
Object. Form. Same question. It's not. There's not even a correct or a an inflection at the end or some indication that that's anything other than just a statement of allegation.
It's a question. Do you contend? Do you believe? She can either say yes or she can say no. So I'm going to overrule that.
I think you put an extra word in there.
No, she didn't. Yeah. I said yes.
Yeah, and her next.
I asked
Who?
So, just for my clarification, the question is who did not rush to your tent or who did not intervene?
No. The question was, does she contend or believe that somebody could have prevented Mr. Toutant from grabbing her breasts?
Okay.
And she said yes.
I got
So
it.
now the next question is, who?
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Well, I think that if the DOC would have stopped the rumors from happening and the people he was clearly talking to about my boob job that day, and again, it seemed to be planned to me, so whoever he was talking to about it could have stepped in.
I'd like to go to Exhibit R104.
That would be in that book.
I believe it starts at page 2315.
That is correct. R.
What's the exhibit?
It's R104 bait stamp is ERD 2315. And that continues through 2322.
And what is the document?
I haven't given it a name yet. Let's take a look. It appears to be complainant's responses to respondent's second set of requests for admission and interrogatories.
Perfect, thank you. And do we, Ms.
And-
Olmstead, do we have a page that we're looking at in particular?
I'm waiting for her to...
Well, I still need to do my part.
Sure.
Okay, so this is going to be respondent exhibit number 35, ERD 2315 through 2322. I'm going to title it as it is, which is complainant's responses to respondents' second set of requests for admission and interrogatories. I have marked it. Are you offering it?
I am.
Any objection?
Nothing other than the standing objections.
Okay.
Ms. Stolar, could you please look through this exhibit? It starts on page 2316 and ends on 2322. And let me know when you are ready to discuss it.
Okay.
You're all set?
Yep.
You've reviewed all 28 pages of this document?
You said 23, 22, right?
Oh,
That's
well.
what I thought.
Yes.
So,
Okay,
I
I guess
only
that-
did the first 8
Okay, I
pages.
guess that we were going through, I thought that we were doing the whole shebang. Never mind, okay. But you've reviewed all of the pages of this document that end with your signature, correct? So I guess it would start on 23,
It actually goes to ERD 2322 with Attorney Hitchcock's Cross's signature. Although I don't know what that bar number is, but in any event, that's where it ends.
okay. So you've gone through 2315 and 2322.
Yep.
Is that your signature on page 2322?
Yes.
Now, I would like you to please look at interrogatory number 23. It says, identify any DOC employee who you believe could have prevented Jason Turner from grabbing the glass. First of all, there's an objection. It says, object to the extent that the request is burdensome and overbroad and serves no legitimate discovery purpose and is for harassment because respondent has this information in their custody and control, notwithstanding any objection. Complainant does not know who would have been able to do so. So, do you agree that there was no DOC employee who could have prevented Jason Touton from grabbing your breasts?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, like I said, you asked me at the fishing event if there was someone that could have prevented it, and I said the person they could have
And you
been
don't know
talking
if that
to.
person was.
This is another one with the DOC employee.
And I'm asking you specifically about DOC employees right now.
Well, to the extent that that's a question, I'm going to object, basically ask and answer.
I'm going to overrule because she seems confused as to what is being asked. By her demeanor, I don't think she understands where you're going. So I'm going to ask for some clarification with your question.
Do you believe that there was, I'll rephrase it. Do you believe that there was any DOC employee at the fishing event who could have prevented Jason Touton from grabbing your breasts?
Well, I'm gonna say, like I said before, the person that I believe he talked to about it could have done that. Could have stepped in and said, hey, don't do that.
And you don't know if that person's a DOC employee or not, correct?
I'm gonna say I don't know for sure.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about this butt wiggler, okay? Where in your prior statements did you ever mention the individual who was allegedly wiggling his butt in front of you?
I didn't.
You didn't. That first came up at this hearing, didn't it?
That was what was first talked about here, yes.
And your story has been changing and shifting throughout the pendency of this case.
Objection, argumentative.
Rephrase.
How many versions of this event have you told? We're talking about, I'll rephrase that. How many versions of the Lake Emily event have you told to anybody?
Mine.
Pardon?
One.
Really?
Now that's argumentative, and I'm going to move to strike that.
Okay.
There's still
Sorry,
time.
I interjected.
There was time. I had time.
Let's go, I'd like to talk about some prior inconsistent statements here.
Can we get that stricken as well?
Well,
No, she's telling her where she's going next. You did the same with your witnesses about now we're going to move to this.
Sure, but that's a fact, not an evidence, and that's the opinion, and what we say, if it serves for no other purpose than inflammatory. What I did was repeat facts that were in evidence.
All right, I'm going to strike that comment, and let's just move on to a different area. That way it's general.
now, let's talk about everybody that, every time you communicate, well, week, we discussed some concerns that you had about Jason Touton's presence at Dodge Correctional Institution when you were going to go back on light duty, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stolar, I'm gonna need you to speak up so that we can get the recording, okay?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take my mask off so that you can hear me better. Now, I'd like you to tell me, let's start that. I'd like you to please identify every person to whom you reported concerns that you had regarding the presence of Jason Touton at Dodge Correctional Institution following the Lake Emily event.
I feel like I already answered that question.
You contend that you spoke with Amy Hodges about that?
Again, remember talking to the HR lady that had my case and knew who I was and what it was about.
Do you contend that you spoke with Kevin Carr about any concerns that you had with Jason Touton's presence at Dodge Correctional Institution?
I do remember speaking with Kevin Carr.
And when and where was that?
When I was on light duty working the front desk.
But how about Amy Hodge?
I remember speaking with her the same time.
And let's see, did you have any, did you describe, let's see, strike that. Did you complain to the deputy warden of Dodge Correctional Institution about Jason Touton working at Dodge Correctional Institution following the Lake Emily event?
The deputy warden was in the room when I was talking to the warden about those issues.
Last week, you discussed making complaints about rumors that were being circulated about you, correct?
Yes.
And who were the persons, well, start there. When you made these complaints, did you identify any of the persons circulating the rumors?
I'm sure, yes, at one point I did.
I'd like you to please go to Bates 2302. think that we could start, I mean, the entire document itself. Respondents Exhibit 103, which starts on 2291. Fairly lengthy document. Ends on 2313.
Okay, I'm going to title it the same as the last one, only this is the first set.
And Judge, just to be clear for the record, I believe this is the set that was then amended by order later on, if I'm not correct, and that this is the pre-amended document.
No, it's not actually.
It's not, okay. Great, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, so I've got, this will be Respondents Exhibit number 36, ERD 2291 through 2313. It is titled Complainants Responses to Respondents' First Set of Requests for Admissions, first set of written interrogatories, and first set of requests for production of documents. It's been marked, it's been offered. Attorney Hitchcock-Cross, any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay, it will be admitted.
I'd like you to please look on Bates 2302. Interrogatory number 8. It says, please describe any and all communications you made to report instances in which you believe that you were the subject of discrimination or harassment by any employee of the respondent from February 5, 2020 until August 27, 2020, including the name of the person harassing you, the name of the person you contacted, and how you contacted that person by specifying if you communicated with that person in person, by telephone, or any type of electronic communications, including but not limited to electronic mail, text message, or instant message. Your answer was, complainant complained about Lieutenant Miller, Alexander Hartzheim, and Toutant. She made the complaints through the DOC's official channels. She talked with various officials at Internal Affairs, Chrissy Preston, Kevin Carr, and Amy Hodgkin. She does not recall the dates. Was that your sworn answer?
Looks like it.
Okay. And let's see here. Let's scroll then to Bates stamp, or Bates 2307. Is that your signature on there?
Yes.
Now, do you contend that you reported any sort, aside from Toutant's assault, do you contend that you made reports of discrimination to the Dodge County Sheriff's Department? Could you please put the document down? Aside from reporting Toutant's assault to the Sheriff's Department, did you report any discrimination to the Sheriff's Department? Please don't look at the document. Please just.
I don't remember a specific conversation towards that. I believe I may have said just in general about people asking to see my boobs.
And can you please turn to Bates 2301? I'd like you to look at Interrogatory 1. The question, the interrogatory was, please describe any and all efforts you made to report discrimination or harassment to the respondent during your employment with respondent. The answer was, complainant reported discrimination to DOC management and to the Sheriff's Department. She did so originally with complaints against Miller and followed them up with the various complaints of Toutant and Hartzheim as documented extensively herein. So, in response to interrogatory number 1, it looks to me like your sworn response was that you had initially reported discrimination and harassment pertaining to Miller with the Sheriff's Department. That's not true, is it?
I did not with the Sheriff's Office with Miller, no.
I want to go to interrogatory number 2 then, or interrogatory number 2, excuse me, and that would have been on Bates 2301. And the question was, describe in detail all rumors that you heard about you from other employees, including dates, the person or persons who told you this information, the details of the discussions, including where those discussions took place and what those rumors were. And the answer was, the complainant has no precise recollection of when she heard what rumors. The majority of the communications took place at the respondent's institutions, but also during work events and outings. The complainant also had outside contact with some of her coworkers, and she heard rumors during those times. As described in the complaint and elsewhere, the rumors included, but were not limited to, that the complainant was sleeping with various employees, that she brought on the sexual assault on herself, that she should not have filed charges against the officers that sexually assaulted her, and that she got what was coming to her. Okay. Which officers, in plural, sexually assaulted you?
Well, Toutant sexually assaulted me, yes.
Okay, so there was one that assaulted you, not two, correct?
Yes.
And so the answer to this interrogatory was incorrect, right?
I think the officers of the sexually assaulted part should have been officer. I must have been a typo, other than the Hartzheim sexually harassing me.
Okay. Now here you say that the communications took place, or the majority of the communications took place at the respondent's institutions. Which institutions, plural, did you hear these rumors at?
Well, I mean, I heard them at my institution, and I also heard them or talked about them when I was at the central location.
Excuse me, just for clarification, your institution is DCI, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at central office?
Yep.
And when you were at central office, did you hear these via email or via telephone?
Objection form.
Well, I can ask, okay, I can rephrase it. When you were saying when you heard them at Central, you mean DOC Central Office located at 3099 East Washington Avenue in Madison? Is that correct?
If I were to look on a map, I don't know.
Okay, then
I
you
don't.
would have heard them when you were on light duty
Yes.
here in Madison?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you hear them? Via telephone, email, text message, some other means?
I would say email, phone, and in person.
And who did you hear them from in person?
Well, I mean, again, I did discuss with the HR lady that was investigating about the situation and about what was going on with it.
So she was repeating rumors to you?
Well, she was repeating about what she saw on my file, yeah, and what she heard about it. And again, that it wasn't right.
And what emails would you have heard via phone?
What emails would I heard?
I mean, excuse
via
me, what
phone?
rumors would you have heard via phone?
I don't remember at this time.
Who would you have heard them from via phone?
I guess I don't remember exactly who I talked to on the phone. I know I talked to McCauley on the phone. I don't remember who else I talked to on the phone.
And Nick Farley was your boyfriend at the time, right?
We were in a relationship. I would not say boyfriend.
And did you ever ask people to tell you what rumors were circulating about you?
I am sure I asked about them, yes. I did.
And who would you have asked?
Well, I know last week we looked at the Roberts, whatever her name is. I clearly asked her in that email. I don't know who else at this time that I would have asked. I'm sure there were people that I did ask. Every single person, I'm not going to remember that.
Now, you also stated here that you heard these rumors during work events and outings. What were the work events, plural, that you would have heard these rumors from? Or, strike that. What were the work events that you contend that where you would have heard these rumors?
Well, the fishing event.
So you heard rumors about yourself during the fishing event?
Well, they were talked about, yes.
Okay, so who was telling you rumors about yourself while you were at the fishing event?
When I talked to Mary Mariani, we discussed what happened, what went on, and about that stuff.
What do you mean by that stuff?
The rumors or the things that were going on at the prison.
And what rumors in particular did you discuss with Mary Marion at the regular fishing event?
Didn't I already answer this last week?
Not this specific question, no. Do you understand the question?
Well, she asked what rumors I did. Correct?
At the fishing event,
Yeah.
not afterwards.
Well, I guess I thought that went into the conversation when she asked me what I specifically talked to at the fishing event with her last week. Because I know she asked me about what I specifically said with her last week. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure I did.
Excuse me, Judge, if I can just clarify something, just on the interchange here.
I object to any sort of coaching of this witness.
Great, and if I do that, I will be very clear to avoid doing that. The only thing I think is, what I'm hearing from the witness on the confusion between you is whether or not there can be an answer, a different question that could result in the same answer. And I think that that's what I'm hearing her saying to you, is that she may have already answered this question in a different question, in an answer to a different question. That's what I think I'm saying.
Let me review my notes, if everyone will just give me a moment. I did that over the weekend, so I would recall where we left off.
So, Judge, I'm not opining whether she's correct or not. I'm just saying I think maybe we should clarify that whether or not what the rule or how you want to deal with that going forward in case there's another question that would lead to an answer that had already been answered by a previous question. I think that I think is what the issue is here.
Oh, I absolutely agree. If it's already been answered, the question specifically has been answered, then it's asked and answered. We're not going to make her go through that again. Quite a few of the questions she was asked last week, there was a recollection. I mean, it's been 4 years, you know.
I'll
but
leave it up
that,
to you, but I think that's
yeah.
I think where the
but,
confusion between you two was.
The question that was asked was after the event on January 27 of 2020 until you voluntarily left, name each employee that you reported discrimination or harassment to. At that point, you listed Captain Theander, Mary Mariani, an HR lady, a Jeremy, a Lieutenant Beck, a captain in charge of training, Warden Benzel, deputy warden who was in the room with that, and some HR person at DOC questions. And then she went specifically through each of those individuals as to what all was discussed. That's how we got into the discussion of FMLA. When it came to Mary Mariani, that's when she stated that she had discussed the harassment, the sexual assault after the event, that Touton had grabbed her boobs. She doesn't remember the others. And then we moved on to the HR lady and then Jeremy and Lieutenant Beck. So the question here today is, while you're at this event, because in that answer you said there were also things that occurred at events and outings, she wanted to know what specifically did you discuss with her at the event, not afterwards.
Right.
So that's, I think, is a completely different question.
I understand entirely, but I think we're all, if you're fine, I'm fine on that.
Yeah.
What I want to hear from the witness right now is what rumors about herself, what rumors about Joanna Stolar did Joanna Stolar hear from Mary Mariani at that fishing event?
Okay, so if it was hearing from her when we were talking about it
Talking about what?
at the fishing event, after the things happened, she asked me if I was okay. We had talked about, like I said, the sexual assault. And we had talked about the rumors that were going around, which specific rumors, probably the same things of what I had stated before.
What was that?
About me being promiscuous. And that was just pretty much the whole conversation was about the promiscuous.
Now, during the Lake Emily event, did anybody else tell you rumors that they had heard about you?
Hard time obviously did. When he came up and was asking me to see my boobs, when he said, "Here are the butt lines."
Anything else?
Not that I can remember at this time.
Now, so we're looking at, so other than the Lake Emily event, what work events, or at what work events did you hear rumors about yourself? If you're taking a position that Lake Emily was a work event.
I guess I don't remember any other events at this time that we had.
And do you remember any of the outings that you were referring to when you were responding to this interrogatory?
Say not at this time,
Now, I'd like to move on to the next interrogatory here. Interrogatory number 3. Please describe in detail each occasion in which you were the subject of discrimination or harassment by a respondent or respondent's employees from February 5, 2019 to August 27, 2020, including the date or dates the alleged discrimination or harassment occurred, the persons who participated in or witnessed the discrimination or harassment, and the details of any discussions you had with any DOC employees regarding any such instances of discrimination or harassment. Your sworn answer was, see answer above for details on rumors. For the sexual assault and other events on Lake Emily, please refer to the police reports and the statement made by the complainant to the Department of Corrections investigators. Those statements are correct, and on review of the relevant documents, the complainant has nothing more to add at this time. Was that your sworn answer at that time?
Looks like it.
And just to reiterate, you said nothing at that time, or sorry, let's see here. let's go to 2281.
$22.81 is not in evidence yet, so let's figure out what that one is. Do you know what respondent exhibit number that is?
It would be 98.
All right. $22 is 99. 82? No, 81. Excuse me.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to mark this as respondent exhibit 37. It is ERD 2281 and appears to be phone numbers matched from last week. This is a email from Farley to Ms. Stolar. And I'm going to put the date in since that's how we've been doing them. That was January 29 of 2020. It's been marked, it's been offered. Attorney Hitchcock-Ross.
This is at 8:39 p.m.
Yes.
Yes, would you like me to add that to the description?
Please, and no, therefore no objection. Or also.
8:39 p.m. is added to the description, and it is admitted without objection.
Ms. Stolar, looks to me like this exhibit is a message sent from your phone to Mr. Farley's state email address, and then his response. It looks to me, well, can you please tell me whether that's the case?
Okay, looks like it.
Okay. And you told him that your hands got cut up from the fishing rod and you were bleeding a lot? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did both of your hands get cut up?
One was worse than the other, so I'd say yes, but it was one hand that was.
And can you describe how that happened?
They got caught up from grabbing the fish in the gills.
So the gills were sharp and cut your hands?
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody at the fishing event ask if you were okay after that happened?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't remember her name. One of the guy's wife gave me Band-Aids.
And was she the same one who asked if you were okay?
Yeah.
No objection, excuse me.
And I'd like to go to Bates it would be Respondents Exhibit 78, and it would be Bates 2241.
Has this been in already?
That's what I'm looking to check and see. 2241. We have danced around it would appear. Because we have 43, but we do not have 41. So, this is now going to be Respondent Exhibit 38, and it's ERD 2241. And again, this looks like an email thread based on the numbers that we clarified last week between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Farley. And this is different date. So now we're talking January 28 of 2020. It starts at 7:37, and then her reply is at 7:39. So would you like me to put the dates in, or is just the date enough?
That should be one of those dates. I mean, it seems like we'll probably have another one just for foreshadowing. I assume we might have another January 28th, so it might be helpful to put the time, one of those times in there.
I'm going to put the top time of 7:39.
Okay, and no objection.
7:39. Any objection to me putting the time, since we seem to have multiple days that are, multiple things that are the same date? Attorney Olmanson?
No objection.
Okay, so this is Respondent's Exhibit 38. It's an email thread between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Farley on January 28th of 20. 7:39 is the top email. It's been marked, offered, and admitted without objection.
Okay. Ms. Stolar, can you please tell me what this document is?
Looks like an email from me and Nick.
And can you describe what led up to Mr. Farley sending you the bottom email, or the first email in that chain?
I'm gonna guess we were talking about it. I about 2 times riding my boobs and that time. I can't tell you without seeing all the other ones.
And now you said in there, well, like I said, I didn't even know then. Did you mean to say I didn't even know them?
I don't remember.
And then you said, and I set them straight and there were no more issues after that, and they said sorry. Who were you talking about in that sentence?
I can't say for sure because I don't know the whole conversation. I'm gonna maybe assume. I don't know because I'm gonna assume it was about Jason and Hartstein.
Okay. I'd like to go to Exhibit 60, please. It's at Bates 2195.
Okay, let me make sure we haven't done this one. I don't believe this one's been in. I think it's been danced around as well. And these are all on the same day of January 20th. I'm going to put the uppermost time of 8:38. If for no other reason than Attorney Cross was very prescient in his last comment. So this is going to be Respondent's Exhibit number 39, ERD 2195. And this appears to be an email thread between Ms. Stolar and a Craig Theander. Marked, offered,
No objection.
admitted without objection.
What was the respondent's number?
60. Ms. Stolar, can you please tell me exactly what this exhibit is, if you know?
An email?
An email string, right?
Yeah.
And it was a conversation between you and Craig Theander, correct?
Looks like it, yeah.
And it was started on January 20th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it all took place on January 2020, or January 20th, 2020, right?
Yes. Looks like it.
You were it began with you asking Frank Theander if you could use him as a reference, right?
Yes.
And he agreed, correct?
Looks like it.
And he asked you what you were applying for, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your response was, well, nothing as of right now, but I am almost done with school and I have a job saved for me at the police station I previously worked for. I may apply for a different one too, but I am not sure yet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What were you going to school for at the time?
Well, I'm gonna say it.
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought that I had this thing turned off.
Please continue, Ms. Stoll.
So I was going to school for criminal justice. I don't know if at that date and time I was still going, or if I had taken a break at that point by then.
And what was the police station you previously worked for? Where was that?
The city of Jefferson.
And what was the job that was saved for you?
As a police officer.
And what had you previously done for them?
Judge, I'm going to object on, I think we're getting beyond possible bounds of relevant, even loose relevancy. We're in outer space here.
I think it's very relevant to show that she long had plans to leave the DOC.
How would that make the fact that, or doors, answer the question of whether or not the Department of Correction, I could see how it might be responsive to constructive discharge, for example, but I'm at a loss to understand how that would be towards the issue.
Well, the problem we end up with is when we're dealing with relevance, and I thought we established that the other day. Case law is very clear as to it doesn't necessarily have to prove the exact issue. I'm very loath to exclude something because we might tie it in. Where she was going when she was trying to refer was the discrepancies, if any, between what she's answered in her interrogatories versus what she's answered in something else. I'm going to rule that I'm going to allow that question and answer in when she tells us what it is, and I will give it the weight that I feel it should, whether that be nothing or something. But I'm going to ask you to try and narrow in your focus to please let's stay on task with what this issue is. And, you know, if you were proceeding down this path in terms of trying to look at the prior inconsistent statements when the objections were made, and I agreed with some of those that, re-raise, do something else. We don't need to be, it gets to a point where it's cumulative and repetitive and takes up too much time. So I'm going to ask if we can prove a point with 3 or 4 things, we don't need to talk about 28. Okay? So, but I'll allow the question, and she has not answered yet as to what her previous job was with that police station.
I was a reserve police officer.
One second, you were reserve
Well, I was, but I quit when I started the DOC shortly after.
What exactly did you do as a reserve police officer?
I helped with events. Directing traffic.
I'm sorry, I'm having a real hard time. You have a very soft-spoken voice.
I helped with the events and directing traffic, just walking around patrolling with other police officers. Then we would just have to do like a ride-along once a month.
I'd like to go to 59.
Okay. Oh, that was just the one right above it.
I'm sorry.
Here, I'm just looking for it. Okay, so now we're at, this would be the Respondent's Exhibit 59, which is ERD 2193. And that one we may have.
Yeah, we did.
Hold on. Yes, we do. That is Respondent's Exhibit for the purposes of this hearing. It was admitted last week. It is, for the hearing, it's 27, and this is the email thread between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Greff. So it's previously been admitted.
Thank you. Unfortunately, my computer shut itself down last week. And didn't save it. Or I wasn't able to save it. But it didn't save the video or what I put my I'd like to please go to respondents.
Okay, respondents exhibit number 24 is ERD number 1489. And that's going to be marked as respondent exhibit 40 for the purposes of this hearing.
I'm sorry, I missed the respondent exhibit number again?
Oh, 24.
Wonderful.
This is a statement of Nick Tank.
Oh, it's, okay. Is it a sub-statement or is it standalone?
This is going to be standalone.
Okay.
Any objections?
Give me a second here, yeah.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. You need the page number again?
I'm used to that, no.
Okay. If you do, let me know.
Got it, thank you.
You're
No
welcome.
objection.
Okay, marked, offered, and admitted.
Now, Ms. Stolar, have you seen this document before?
I may have.
Can you please read through it and let me know when you're ready to discuss it? You're ready?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to represent to you that this is a statement that was typed up by Nick Tank regarding the fishing.
I can't hear you,
Oh,
so.
I'm sorry. Okay, so it's been admitted. Now, regarding who, okay, it's already been admitted, and the exhibit list indicates that it was Nate Tank's statement regarding the fishing trip. I'd like you to tell me, is everything that from your perspective is incorrect
Objection.
in this document?
So first of all, we got her saying that the exhibit list says, what the exhibit list says is not evidence, and that needs to be struck. I'm also objecting against the foundation. I don't know that we've actually had a question that hits on this, but I don't know that she hasn't testified that she has any basis to have any knowledge about this document. It's not her. I think we've had now testimony from Ms. Olmanson that this is not her statement. This is the statement of somebody else's. That she may have seen it before. This is still not a foundation.
Okay, well, everybody just agreed to admit it without objection, so.
I have no problem with the admission of this document. I have a problem with the foundation of the question.
Oh, got it. Okay. I thought you were now object,
No, ma'am.
and I was going to say, well, now we need to back up a second. There has been testimony that she may have seen it, but we've got a foundational issue. So I think we need to, you're going to have to figure out. I can't tell you how to do it.
I know. Ms. Stolar, how did you testified last week about riding on Jason 2 times UTV. Did you ask him for a ride?
I feel like I may have already answered that.
Not that question. You just said he picked you up as you were walking, and everybody kind of
Yeah.
climbed in. But the question now is, did you ask him for a ride?
I don't remember if I asked him for a ride.
You don't.
I know we were, I know I was in it. I don't remember how it came to be, if he asked me, if I asked him. I know we all had a bunch of stuff. I don't remember.
Okay, I'm going to, I just want to make a clarification for the witness. You either remember something or you don't. You don't need to explain to somebody the question beyond that, okay? So don't feel like, this isn't supposed to be a picking on you session. It's just question and answer, and it's perfectly acceptable to say, I don't recall, or I don't remember, okay? You don't have to justify why you don't remember. Because I maybe I'm wrong, but I see you getting more and more uncomfortable, and that's not what this is supposed to be, okay? So it's okay to say, I don't remember, I don't recall. All right?
Thank you, Judge.
Sorry. That's just what I do in hearing for everybody, okay? This is always very difficult for any witness, and if I see their demeanor shifting, I make a note of it and try to draw that to everyone's attention so that they can then reform how they ask questions of a witness and be cautious of how their demeanor is when speaking to them.
Judge, not everybody may be wearing a union suit like me. Is anybody else cold, or is anybody cold?
I mean, I'm always cold. I mean, that's why I'm still cold with this, but
I'm fine,
I'm
just as
definitely
long
not
as
like-
we don't turn it into an oven.
I'm not
Right. I'll see what I can.
shivering like I was last week, but definitely cold.
Okay. So, you don't recall, and that's where we left off, Attorney Almanson, and my apologies to interrupting.
No, that's fine. I'd like if you could please turn to Exhibit 25. Actually, I meant 26. I'm sorry. It's Respondents 26. It would be the starting dates 1494.
1494, let's see if that one's in. I'm not saying it, we've danced around it.
No, I don't think this has been in yet.
Okay, I'm going to mark this as Respondent 41. This is ERD 1494. Does it conclude on that page? It goes to the top of 1495, so I'm including that as well. I realize it's just an address, but for the sake of completeness. And this appears to be an email thread with a variety of people. We've got, is it all on the same day? February 25th, February 25th, February 25th. Okay, so at least we've got that much. This is an email thread with a William Pollard, Kelly Brown, Christine Preston, Catherine, I'm going to mangle her name, my apologies, I don't know who you are, Taboo or Tabet, and a Douglas Percy. I think I've listed all of the individuals on those emails. If I have forgotten anyone, oh, it starts off with a Kayla Her. So she's included as well. So I'm just going to title this email thread and list all of the names that I can find on this, and hopefully I won't forget any of them. Any objection to that? And then I'm going to date it February 25th of 2020.
Objection to what you just said.
Okay. All right.
And, let me see, Ms. Stolar, have you ever seen this document before? The one that was just marked as Exhibit 41, and has ERD 1494 on it?
Well, I feel like we would. I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay.
Alright.
Now, I'd like you to please, I also want to talk about R28. And this is a number of pages. It's going to start on 1500. Go to 1586. And this is the Nicholas Farley investigation.
And I'm just gonna say out loud, I believe that that was already admitted in some part, although we focused on a subgrouping of that entire investigation.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking for the range of numbers, if everyone could just bear with me. Goes to 1586. We did touch on 1572 to 1574, as that was the affidavit of Ms. Stolar. But the rest of it, we have not. So I'm going to put it in as an all-up. 1500 to 1586.
I think I had a typo, 1568. I am so sorry. I got it being switched.
1568?
Yeah.
Well, then we have it.
And this is the,
And this is going to be R42. This is the Farley investigation report. It's been marked, it's been offered, Attorney Hitchcock Cross.
I am confused now. Correct me if I'm wrong, we had a subsection of this admitted as a prior exhibit?
No, I
No.
thought we did.
Okay.
Because this ends at 68 and the other one picked up at 1572.
Okay.
So when she did the initial numbers going all the way to the 80s,
Uh-huh.
it did. But she misspoke. She reversed the 6 and the 8.
Okay, but then I think I'm still confused. There is one investigation set of documents as one investigation set, right? That we're on the same page with. Are we trying to incorporate this or admit the entire investigation now? Is that what the question is? I don't know what we're trying to admit yet.
Okay.
the entire investigation.
The entire investigation of Mr. Farley, we have not looked at the subsection pages within this one. We've gone before it, we've gone after it, but we do not have pages 1500 through 1568.
Okay, and I think I got it now, but just so we're clear, what we're talking about for this exhibit is part of the parts, not the entire two-ton investigation. It's a subset. Is that right?
Ms.
This
Olmanson,
is the entire document.
of what?
Or, excuse me, this is the entire Farley investigation.
Which I guess may be a subset of something else. I don't know. I've never seen this.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So,
So let's look at page, for you, sir, it's going to be Respondent Exhibit 28.
28. Okay, I've got that part.
Keep
So
going.
I've got the first page of that, and then I go 1, 2, 3 in, and I've got, on page 4, I should say, I've got the, there's this handy table of contents in there.
Oh, is that what that's called?
It's a 15,
Oh, chronological load. Yeah.
807B.
Yep. Yeah.
And maybe this might help us identify, because I maybe I'm totally missing the boat here, but now it seems like we're trying to get the entire set in, and I want to be clear, did we ever have a subset of this in as a standalone exhibit? That's what I'm still hung up on.
I do not believe so, not according to my log,
Okay.
because I just searched for the page numbers that have already been, that would fall within that range.
And Judge, this is what I want. I'm on this page 4 of 69 here again. It says DOA 15807B at the front. And the date column, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down. It reads, interview with Joanna Stolar, previous employee of Dodge Correctional Institution. I believe that was previously admitted. That's the only thing. If that wasn't the case, I just like clarity on that, and then otherwise I'm ready to proceed.
Okay. Would it tell me what page it's on in this thing?
Starts on 1541, I believe.
Yeah, and I have 42 of 69 when I'm looking at the page numbers. On my
Okay, hold on. 1542. Apparently it doesn't scroll as fast as I would like.
And I don't have any objection to there being 2 separate exhibits out there that may refer ultimately to the same respondent's exhibit. I just want to make sure that I'm clear and that that the record is also clear.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thanks, ma'am.
The investigative interview of Joanna Stolar was marked as Respondent Exhibit 8, and that was on pages 1290, 1296 as a standalone.
Okay.
So are the parties telling me it's the exact same thing in here?
I'm going to have to look at this
Because I thought that was the investigation as it pertained to Patton. This is the investigation as it pertains to Farley.
Oh, well, with that in mind, then I understand, and there's no objection. I'll withdraw all of my previous statements, and I have no problem admitting this entirely. That was what the confusion was. I'm sorry.
Please don't apologize, because I was right there with you, following you right along to figure out what we were doing. So that's why this one's going to be the Farley investigation, 1500 to 1568. And it is admitted without objection. Did everyone get that one now?
1500 to 1568.
And it's for the purposes of hearing, it's Respondent Exhibit 42. And now you can proceed with your questions.
Now, Ms. Stolar, could you please just flip through this, let me know if you have any memory of reviewing this before.
Okay, so we're talking about the whole thing? Or
Yeah.
1540?
No, the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, I'm going to say I have not seen all this, no. I have not seen all of this.
you seen this document before? Or this collection of documents before?
No.
Would you please go to what's been marked as dates, I guess it would be 1541, I believe. And it starts on page 42 of 69 also, it says on the bottom. And then it goes through 46 of 69 or 1545.
Okay.
And this is what purports to be the typed recitation questions that were asked and answers that you gave regarding telephonic interview that occurred on September 3rd of 2020. Have you ever seen this particular document before?
I don't think I've seen this one.
Do you recall being interviewed on the telephone regarding your relationship with Nicholas Farley?
Vaguely.
And if you don't remember it, that's okay, we can move on. I'd like to go to exhibit R29. It's a one-page document. I believe it should be dates 1570.
Okay. That's gonna be something new. This is respondent exhibit 29. I'm going to mark this for hearing purposes as respondent exhibit 43. And it appears to just be a single page. It's going to be ERD 1570. And this appears to be it's a message. I'm not sure if this is email. It looks like it's going to email. Yes, it is an email. It's an email thread between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Farley occurring on July 19 of 19, 8:27 p.m. It's been marked, offered,
No objection.
and admitted without objection.
Is this indeed an email string between you and Nicholas Farley?
Looks like it.
Now, I noticed in the first email in this string, it looks like Mr. Farley wrote to you on July 19, 2019 at 10:06 p.m. and said, "Hey, babe." Is that correct?
It looks like a yes.
Okay. And so, would it be correct to say that at least by this date, July 19 of 2019, you were in a romantic relationship with Mr. Farley?
Looks like it, yeah.
Bear with me, please. I I'd like to please go to Respondent's Exhibit 41. And it probably should be, start with Bates 2026. Four-page email.
I have the conclusion on 2029.
Yes.
So this is 2026 to 2029. I'll mark it as Respondent Exhibit 44. This appears to be emails between Mr. Farley and Ms. Stolar from May 13 of 2020. Let me make sure. Yes, they start at 6:44 in the morning, and the last one is at 7:39 a.m., so I'm going to mark that as 7:39 a.m. It's been marked offered. Attorney Hitchcock Cross?
This is a 4-page document, correct?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection. Attorney Almanson?
Okay. Ms. Stolar, could you please look through this document and let me know when you're ready to discuss it?
Okay, we can discuss it.
Does this document reflect that at least as of May 13th of 2020, you were still in a relationship with Mr. Farley?
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
Oh, I was just reading it more. I would say we were still talking, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to please go to R44. I think it would start on page 2037.
It does. This will be marked as Respondent Exhibit 45, begins at 2037 and goes through
I think 2039.
2039. And this, again, email messages between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Farley. And this is dated 6/25 of 20, with the last one being at 7:46 p.m. It's been marked, offered, and Attorney Hitchcock Cross had already stated it was no objection, so admitted without objection.
And what number is this?
45
45?
for the purposes of hearing. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stolar, have you had a chance to look through this exhibit?
Exhibit 44.
No.
For this
Yeah.
hearing that becomes 45.
Okay. But it starts on 2037, correct?
Yes.
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 And so, am I correct that on June 25th of 2020 at 7:43 p.m., you emailed Mr. Farley and stated that you loved him?
Looks like it.
Okay. So were you still in a relationship with Mr. Farley at that time?
I could have been, yes.
Now, were you ever in a relationship with Bernie Beck?
No.
So would that have been another one of these rumors?
It very well could have been. Trauma. I don't remember specifically everything and everything.
Can we please go then to Respondents Exhibit 45? It should start on dates 2041 and end on 2042.
Okay, this is going to be, for purposes of hearing, Respondent Exhibit 46. It begins on 2041 through 2042. Another email thread between Mr. Farley and Ms. Stolar. And this is June 30th of 2020. Last time is 8:08 a.m. Marked offered.
We're not going to object, but I'm noting that this is appearing cumulative.
And I hear that as well. So
I understand. I'm trying to get to, I'm trying to figure out when her relationship with Nick Farley ended.
why don't we just ask her?
Okay, when did your relationship with Mr. Farley end?
I don't know a specific date. I know that yeah, I don't know a specific date.
Was it before or after you resigned from Dodge Correctional Institute?
Him and I broke up and would still talk. So I don't really, I know for sure after I was out of the prison, I do know for sure, like, we were not hanging out anymore. How long after, I don't know.
I don't understand. Did you break up with him, or strike that? Did you and Nick Farley break up before, on the same day of, or after your resignation from Dodge Correctional Institution?
I will say we did not hang out for sure after I was gone out of the prison, after I quit. I don't know the date or how close. I just know that that's when.
So you probably, strike that. So you and Mr. Farley probably had ended your romantic relationship before the day you quit?
No, I don't know specific dates. I just know that after I quit, at some point in time after I quit, I know we specifically stopped hanging out.
Could we please take about a 10-minute break?
That's fine by me.
Oh.
I should feed the meter and so forth.
Yes, we're off the record. We're going to take a short 15-minute break. Okay, we are back on the record. Appearances are the same in CR 2020-02513, Joanna Stolar versus State of Wisconsin Department of Corrections. Ms. Stolar, you're still under oath. And Ms. Olmesen.
Judge, I just have one housekeeping. I understand, based on where we're at, I would just request that we have a hard stop on Ms. Stolar's testimony for today. So that's our request. I think that today should be a sufficient amount of time for the whole day for her to give all the evidence that would be needed in this case. and that we would request, for the sake of efficiency, that we have some sort of instruction now so that everybody's clear and can manage appropriately, if that's something you're interested in.
Let's see how it goes, but I'm never one to stop testimony. I believe everybody should have the right to thoroughly present evidence as well as thoroughly cross-examine a witness. What I will say is that we're going to not be cumulative, and we're not going to be repetitive, and that we're not going to do. But I can't say that today's her absolute last day.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll think about it. Attorney Olmanson.
Okay. Could you please turn, Ms. Stolar, to Respondents Exhibit 61, which I believe is at page 2197.
Do we know what it goes to?
It's just one page.
And what was the number again?
Respondents Exhibit 61.
No, the ERD number.
Okay, I think that it would be 2197, but again, these are the numbers that I put on.
Did we look through that yet?
I don't think we did, but
2197?
Yes.
No, we stopped at 2196. Oh, yes, we do. The 2197 has already been marked, and that was marked as Respondent Exhibit number 28. That was an email thread between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Farley. It was marked, offered. And I think that was one of the ones we had a standing objection on. But it was admitted nonetheless.
that's my recollection.
Ms. Stolar, are you ready to talk about this one?
Sure.
Okay. Now, we did talk a little bit about this last week, but in this email, in this email and phone stream here, you and Nick Farley were talking about Seaver's new girl. Is that correct?
1 second.
And you were gossiping about her, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that's disgusting. He just told me that, and I said, "Who's that?"
And yet you're talking about Seaver's relationship with somebody else, right?
And Nick is, yes.
And you responded, who is that, right?
1 second.
So you were engaging in gossip about Seavers and some other woman with Nick, right?
Nick stated that I got to work with Seaver's new girl. Which, if I said who's that, I'm gonna guess I didn't need to know.
I'd like to please go to exhibit 65. R65.
This is it appears this is a 1 page. I don't think we have this one yet. ERD 2212. going to be R47. And this is a Ms. Stolar email from her, from work email to personal email. And it's dated 4/26 of 20, 7:39 a.m. Marked, offered, Attorney Hitchcock Cross.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Ms. Stolar, can you please tell me what this exhibit is?
An email from myself to myself.
And you were emailing yourself, let's try. Tell me exactly what it is that you were emailing yourself.
People talking about me.
Okay. And you were emailing yourself rumors that Ms. Seifert had told you were circulating about yourself, right?
It looks like I can say for sure for the abortion, miscarriage one, yes.
Okay. And it says that I was, okay, so let's go through it. Seifert told me people are talking about abortion and miscarriage. That I was giving lap dances and grinding on PPL. Does that mean people?
Yes.
And there is video. Regular, I asked for it. I am the reason Farley and his wife are getting a divorce. I'm a home wrecking slut / whore. Okay? But I potentially was showing my boobs. Not sure if that was Seifert or Summers, and what is his name. Okay? These were all rumors that people told you were circulating about you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And had you told Mr. Farley that you wanted him to divorce his wife?
Me and Nick talked about him getting divorced, yes. When we started seeing each other, he already said they were in a divorce.
Let's go to R67.
Okay. I'm going to let everybody know. This was one 2219. This was already marked as R5. It is a text message. It was marked, offered, and admitted over the standing objection. And it was used during the testimony of Mr. Gerbinski.
Who I don't believe was able to authenticate it.
Correct. That's why.
Okay. I'm on the same page.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what this document is?
Yeah, it looks like a text message.
And it's a text exchange between you and Stephen Kubinski, right?
I'm going to say yes.
And it concerns the Lake Emily fishing event, right?
Yes, it looks like it.
And you said to him, I'm surprised you didn't say anything to him, LOL. Is that correct? comment back saying, I almost did, but I'm an outsider and wasn't sure how to handle it. I would have thought the brass at your work would have got involved. I'm sure they heard about it unless they are waiting to see what you do. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yeah.
And so what I just recited, starting with I almost did and ending with what you do, would have been what Mr. Kubinski wrote to you, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will let the record reflect that that exhibit has now been identified.
Authenticated.
I move for admission.
Yes. It was already admitted before, but it was admitted over a standing objection that Attorney Hitchcock processed.
Yes, we have no objection to how you describe it being presently in the record.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And could you please look at next exhibit number 82, 82?
8-2?
Yes.
All right. Let's go find this one. This is 2249. I'm not saying this in the record. I'm going to mark this as respondent exhibit number 48, ERD number 2249. This appears to be an email from a Kale Samplowski to Ms. Stolar, 12820. Yeah, but I thought the last name was Samplowski.
No, I know. I didn't really believe that his first name was Kale until I saw it now. But I see it.
It has been marked offered. Any objection?
None.
It is admitted, no objection. And the time was 8:14 on that email thread.
Ms. Stolar, can you tell me what this document is?
An email.
It's an email string between you and Kale Samplowski, right?
It looks like it is.
Now you asked him, first of all, the email string was sent on January 28, 2020 at 8:13 a.m. by you to Mr. Samplowski. And you said, you think I was coming off snooty yesterday, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Probably slutty.
And why were you asking him that?
I don't know. Can't recall.
Let's see. I'd like to go to R55, please.
Five.
Yes.
21. This is going to be respondent exhibit number 49, ERD 2105 through 2106. And this appears to be an email thread with Mr. Benzel and Ms. Stolar. June 19 of 2020, 7:01 p.m. Marked, offered. Any objections, sir?
None. So, excuse me.
Marked, offered, and admitted without objection.
Okay. Ms. Stolar, can you tell me just what this is?
Looks like an email between me and Benzel.
Jason Benzel,
Yep.
and he was the warden?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please now turn to Exhibit 52, R52?
This is going to be 50. And this also has yet to be brought. So I'm going to mark it as R50 ERD 2082 through 2083. And this appears to be email between Ms. Stolar and a Gina Lippold Ruby. 2/5 of 20. The last date is 9:45 p.m. Marked, offered,
No objection.
admitted, no objection.
Ms. Stolar, can you please tell me what this document is?
Email between me and Gina. Lippold Ruby.
Thank you. And let's see. And can you please go now to Exhibit 50?
This is 2077. Let me make sure that's not in a batch. Nope, because we stopped at 75. Okay, this will be respondent 51, 2077 through 2078. I'm going to label this as email thread with Ms. Stolar and I'm going to mangle names again. Okay, Miss Tiffany Ohlmiller. 9/25 of 19. 12:31 p.m. Marked, offered. Attorney Hitchcock Cross.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Can you please tell me, Ms. Stolar, what this is?
Looks like email between me and Tiffany.
And you were discussing, well, first of all, let's go to the the second page of this exhibit. On September 25, 2019, at 11:49, you wrote, "So I wanted to talk to you because Miller found out about me going by his house that one night, and it got back to him, IDK, how she found out." What does that mean?
That I want to talk to her about Miller finding out that I went by his house and went to his house.
Whose house?
I'm gonna guess Farley's, Nick's house.
And did you go to Mr. Farley's house one night?
I've gone to Mr. Farley's house a few times.
Was there a night that police got called?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know. I don't remember the name.
Was it in 2019 or 2020?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you have some sort of confrontation with his wife that occasion?
I don't know.
Was there some time that you had some sort of confrontation with Nick Farley's wife?
I would say there was a conversation, yes.
And what was that about?
I think I just asked her if they were actually really getting a divorce.
And then what
When I was talking to her, or you were talking about this again?
talking about, when we were talking to her? You asked if they were getting a divorce, then what?
Yes. I don't know. At one point in time when I had talked to her, she did call the cops. Yes.
And, so do you think that, is it your contention that, well, first of all, never mind. So it looks to me, when I look at R50 that has been marked for this hearing as R51, that you and Tiffany Holmiller were discussing your relationship with Nick Farley, correct?
R50, this one we were talking about, yes, how Miller found out about that I went to Farley's house.
So were you gossiping about yourself?
I think I was talking to a friend about the rumors that I must have heard that Miller was saying.
And were those rumors that Miller was saying actually true regarding you going to Farley's house?
Maybe at that point, yeah.
I'd like to go to, go to sorry about this. Like I say, computer shut down on Friday before it's saved. Notes here. to please go to R31.
Okay. I'm going to mark this as respondent exhibit number 52. It begins on 1576 through I'm still scrolling.
This is the deposition transcript?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay. I'm actually going to go all the way to through the terms just for completeness since it's part of the exhibit. So that ends on 1676. And this is the deposition of Miss Stolar. And let me see if I can scroll up a little bit to see when it occurred. This would have been December 6th of 23. Does everyone agree on that date?
Yes. I do.
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's been marked. It's been offered.
We only note that it's for the previous case, but otherwise we don't object.
Okay. I'm going to make a little note here. It's admitted with the caveat for that it was prepared in preparation of the probable cause portion?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's how I've marked it, offered, and it's been admitted with that caveat.
Okay. Now, before I start asking you about this particular transcript, I'm just going to say, you have appeared at 2 separate depositions pertaining to this case, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that you were also noticed for a deposition in September of this year?
I didn't know anything about it.
You didn't know anything about it?
For this one?
No.
Or,
If you don't understand the question, you need clarification. Ask her to explain her question again. Don't guess what she means.
Are you aware that you were also noticed for a deposition that was to be held in September of this year?
I did not get a letter.
Are you aware though?
No.
Thank you. I'd like you to please look at the index for this deposition and specifically for the letter B, all the words starting with B. And those would be on dates, I believe, 1662. The transcript at the bottom says 87 of 101.
An icon at the top. All right. Okay, now we're at the index. You said 87?
Yes.
Page 87 of 101.
I would like you to look through there and tell me, do you see the surname Beyer, B-E-I-E-R, anywhere in that index? I'd like it if you could please go to the 73rd page of this transcript. Actually, I'd like to go up to the 72nd page of this transcript. I'd like to look at line 14. And I would like Ms. Stolar to read through line 14 on the 73rd page. Through line 3 on the 75th page. Let me know when you're done.
And that was page 75, you said?
Yes.
Okay. 1650.
Okay.
Okay. So in this okay, just a second. In this in response to the question that you were asked, did you discuss your complaints with anybody while you were working here in this building? You stated that you did, and you didn't remember her name, and then later you stated that it could have been Chrissy Preston, right?
Okay. Yeah. Looks like it.
Now, you didn't say that you discussed any of this with Amy Panachik, right?
Not here, no.
Now, just bear with me a second. Switching. I'd like to go back to Exhibit R35 real quick.
Hearing Exhibit 35 of yours?
Actually, what number did we give R35?
Hold on one second.
We agree it's already been admitted.
Yeah, I just want to find it. This is the one I think you were referring to before, Attorney Hitchcock Cross, and I'm not sure that this 17, yes, it has. It's we marked it for hearing as R23. This is 1752 through 1767.
Okay.
I'd like to look at Interrogatory 1. describe any and all efforts you made to report discrimination or harassment to the respondent during your employment with respondent. There was an answer, there was an amended answer, and then the last paragraph of the amended answer was, complainant consulted DOC HR on more than one occasion but does not recall when. She discussed it with the IA investigators and Carrie Byer, who told the complainant that Carr and Hachik knew about the investigation and decision on Tutant. Okay. Now, I'd like you to look at your signature page, which is 1767. And am I correct that you put your signature on these responses on August 30th of 2024?
Looks like it.
Okay. Now, this is the first time that you ever mentioned Carrie Byer in connection with this case, correct?
I mean, I would say maybe on this. I don't specifically remember what I did or said or 5 years ago. But trauma, my brain doesn't work. I don't remember everything all at once. It's bits and pieces for me at times.
And in fact, you never discussed this with Carrie Byer at all, did you?
I remember I talked to the HR lady and the one that had my investigation and knew about my investigation.
So you're saying the HR lady and the woman who knew your investigation? Are you saying those are two different people now?
Objection, argumentative.
I'd ask her to rephrase and explain what you mean, because you listed two people back to back, and I don't know if they're one and the same either. So I'm going to ask you to clarify your question, break it down.
Okay. Previously, you had
So the objection's sustained.
Previously, you had referred to the HR lady and, well, sorry, okay. Yeah. Is the HR lady somebody other than the woman who had your investigation?
The HR lady and the one that had my investigation and knew about why I was there was one lady. I had a conversation at some point with that lady with another lady.
I don't understand that sentence.
Okay. I specifically talked to the HR lady, the one that had my investigation, knew why I was there, knew what was going on. Like I've stated in here, that was one lady, and there was another HR lady that knew that I there talked to.
Okay, I have to ask a clarifying question because I don't think we're getting anywhere with this. When you talked to the HR lady,
Mm-hmm.
was she the same person that was conducting your investigation?
She was the one that had my folder that was working in my investigation. Yes.
Okay, so in your
She
mind,
knew.
this HR lady's doing your investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
HR lady and investigation, we believe, are one and the same. Now, you
Correct.
just said that there was also another HR person that might have been in the room or something?
It was, all I remember is it was just like a quick question about something that we were talking about with my investigation, that she was in HR.
So there's another
There
HR.
is, but I don't remember exactly when that happened. and what we specifically talked about, but I do remember that there was a question about something, and she got that lady.
And there was a second lady.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. It cleared it for me. I hope it did. Are we good?
Yes. Okay.
I have a follow-up. The HR lady that you think also was doing the investigation, the one and the same, do you remember her name or where she worked? Because there seem to be people in...
Those two ladies worked at the central office.
Okay.
That's all I remember, because that's how they came up to me and knew who I was when I asked her how she knew me. She said, I'm in HR, I'm the lady that does your investigation, that has your investigation, so I know all about it and what's going on with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I'd like you to please look at, putting dates. It would be, I think it's 1723 through 1725, and it is exhibit 3 at a different deposition.
Wait a minute. Which one is this? What page?
I-
Our what?
It should start with 1723.
Yeah, but what?
What's
What's
your...
the respondent exhibit number, please?
It's part of Bates 32, it's toward the end. Excuse me, it's part of Respondent's Exhibit 32 toward the end.
That's what
It's
Yeah.
one of the exhibits at a different deposition.
Okay. All right. Let me see if we've got these pages. Which pages specifically are you looking at?
For right now, I'm looking at Bates 17, I think it should be 1723 to 1725.
Let's make sure we don't have those already.
I don't think we do. What page in the exhibit is that?
It's exhibit R32, and I think it should be 46, 47, and 48, 55.
All right. I'm going to mark this as Respondent Exhibit 53. It is Bates number ERD 1678 through whoops.
Uh,
17. Well, this is the deposition. You're moving.
These were the exhibits of the deposition.
Oh, exhibits? Okay.
And
So-
I see Exhibit C up at the top there.
I mean, what we could do is put in the whole deposition and the.
I'm going to put in the whole deposition and the exhibits for completeness because I don't know if those were referred to. And I'm going to stop it at 1732.
Judge, just for clarification, I see this document, the one we're referring to that says Exhibit C, and then it also says DOC 1282. It's my understanding, but I could be wrong, that this document is also called an intake, and I think we've referred to it as an intake before. So if that's the case, I'd just like to be clear on that.
Sure.
But otherwise, and in terms of objection on this as an exhibit, we have not.
All right, let me see if we have that separate page of 1732.
Would you be willing to stipulate that this is an intake?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that separate page, that exhibit it was never marked as a separate exhibit. And I have no problems in how we name this. So why don't we call it the deposition of Ms. Stolar? And what was the date that this was done on?
It's January.
I'm looking for
It says January 22nd of 2024.
Okay, January 22nd of 24, including exhibits and intake form.
Sure.
Is
and
that
it says Exhibit 3 on here, just that might be helpful if we're going to refer to it as Exhibit 3. And then I think we've, both parties have stipulated that this employee discrimination complaint and the lingo of the DOC is called an intake form.
Okay.
And I'm just raising that because I understand in testimony it's been referred to as that.
Oh, I all about clarification. Okay, so I'm going to call this the deposition of Ms. Stolar, including exhibits, and then I'm going to put a note that Exhibit C is stipulated to be intake form.
That's my understanding. Does that fit with you, Attorney Olmstead? Okay.
So that's an okay way to call it?
Perfect.
Okay, all right. So let's mark that, offer that.
Well, actually, it's a discrimination complaint. I mean, there was an intake interview. I mean, we can call it the intake form. That's fine with me.
Well, I have no idea what I'm looking at, so I just need, if we're gonna, everybody agree, otherwise I'll just label it as the attached deposition exhibits.
Yeah, if there's no agreement, then you do what you gotta do, I understand.
Okay, so why don't I just say with attached deposition exhibits, and I'm going to now, let's see what those were. Okay, so I've got Exhibit 1, see, you sticker them 1, and then the top of it says A. So I'm going to go with the yellow stickers for the record. So that's going to be Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 3 would be what is on the typed page called Exhibit C. Okay? So Exhibits 1 through 3, marked, offered. Your objections, attorney?
No.
No, admitted without objection. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, so I guess we don't really need those. I guess I'm just going to say, if you could please look at, this would be, in the Stolar deposition, it would be Exhibit number 1. It says employee discrimination complaint. It's a 3-page document. Is that your signature on the 3rd page of this deposition exhibit?
Are we looking at the same one?
Yeah.
I don't think we are.
I don't think we're looking at the same one.
This is,
I'm looking at 1678 through 1732.
I'm looking at, 1723. I think it should be 1723.
Attorney Olmstead, I think you referred to Exhibit 1 when you meant to refer to Exhibit 3 in your questions.
No, I've got something here.
Okay.
It says Stolar Exhibit number 1. It says Exhibit number C.
Yes. Is that the page you want her to look at?
Yeah, that's the one I want.
Okay. Look at page.
would that be 46 out of 55 technically? Exhibit
Yes.
C,
That's
Yes.
what I see.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Exhibit number 3. it
Right.
says.
So yes, she's asking you to look at the entirety of that exhibit, which is page 46, 47, and
48 would be the signature.
correct.
Okay, yes.
So is that your signature on the 3rd page of this, on exhibit, page 48 of 55?
Looks like it, yes.
I'd like you to please go to the transcript and, let's see, I guess it would be on pages 35 to 36.
Those are indexes.
Do you see Carrie Byer's name? Do you see the surname Byer anywhere?
No.
I'd like to next please go to Exhibit 33, which was your complaint filed in the Equal Rights Division.
I am going to object to this document. It's not evidence.
A complaint isn't, I agree, it's, I look at them very similar to, criminal complaints. They state the allegations, and I have already taken judicial notice, strike that, administrative notice of this entire file. So it's already in there. But I mean, we have discussed this. We discussed this on Monday in regards to which of the issues in this complaint. So I think this complaint's been discussed enough. It's in the record enough. I don't know that we need to mark it as an exhibit. I will, and I will give it whatever weight I feel is appropriate for that on noting the objection of Attorney Hitchcock-Ross.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so which pages do you want marked? Starting with ERD 1734, which is the letter that basically says we got it? Or,
Yes.
okay.
Judge, and I may have just misunderstood with you, but I thought we weren't admitting it, but we were going to use, in essence, use it.
We've
Is there
talked about it,
misunderstanding?
essentially. Well, it's part of the record.
Do you want to admit it now? I don't have a problem.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
admit it on your,
Fine.
per your objection.
Fine.
And let's give it an R54. It's 1734 through 1741.
And just while we're doing that here, I'm going to note that it's about 12:30. I don't need to start lunch now, but I wanted to note that.
Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. Do we want to pick up with questions after lunch now that we've marked this and we know what it is? Or is this a quick question we could do?
This is a quick question.
Okay, let's just get this question done and then we're going to break
Or
for lunch.
I'm really flexible either way.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to hold you to one, but just a couple. Okay, so we're going to mark this as 54, ERD 1734 to 1741. It's the ERD complaint of Stolar for the limited purposes we've already discussed prior to. It's been admitted over objection. Okay.
Now, I'd like to go to 1738. Well, let's just talk about it with you. Number paragraph 12. It says, complainant's fellow correctional officer, Jason Toutant, which the complainant had no previous contact, approached complainant from behind, made a comment about back rubs, and grabbed complainant breasts to the point of causing pain. I just need to clarify here. You actually had made the comment about how a back rub would feel good, correct? And then he said he would give you a back rub?
I think we already answered this, didn't we? Like,
She's just clarifying, you've already acknowledged that with the other emails or whatever, the background, but she just wants to make,
I wasn't specifically talking to him about the background, but yes, I was talking about how I could use one.
Okay.
To the people I actually was talking to. And then, yes, he came up behind me and said that.
And I would like you to please then look at paragraph 22.
Okay.
It says complainant was still in direct contact with her assailant during the course of her employment duties. That's false, right?
No, because I would still see him in the lobby. Assailant with direct contact with her assailant during the course of her employment duties. Yeah, I mean, I would still see him in the lobby. I would still see him in check-in. And like I said, in the control bubbles and in the little room where we had to go through the lobby, there were still times that I would see him, or I could have seen him. And not including, he could have emailed me again or called me at any time. That's still contact.
Ms. Stolar, how close are you to finishing a degree in criminal justice?
I have no clue because I have not been able to go back. And nor do I even know if I want to do the trauma and the stuff that I had to even deal with at the DOC, the harassment.
I'm going to go back to Exhibit 32. When you were speaking, earlier you claimed that you had spoken with Amy Podgick. Did you do that before or after the COVID restrictions began?
I don't specifically remember when the COVID restrictions began.
new job lined up when you quit the DOC, correct?
I could have. I don't know.
For how long was Mr. Toutant holding you in the air? Or holding you, struck it? For how long did Mr. Toutant actually lift you up by your breasts?
Should have never happened, so I had no clue. I was in shock. It was long enough to know what happened and what did and what shouldn't have happened.
Just bear with me a sec here.
If you're going to move on to a different topic or a different exhibit other than the last two we've just talked, I'm going to ask you to write your question down, hang on to it, and let's break for lunch.
Okay, thanks. I only have a couple more minutes. There are a couple more questions, but I'm fine waiting until after lunch.
Can we, you raised my curiosity, does that mean total more questions or something else?
I think that's about it.
Oh, okay.
In total? Do we want to do that?
Why don't we wait until after lunch?
All right.
That perfectly, I would feel the same way.
Okay. Because I don't want to rush you and then you forget something and then we
Exactly.
were under the impression that you were done and you're not and then,
Exactly.
yeah. Okay, all right. So it is 12:36. Can we be back at 1:20?
Thank you, Judge.
Satisfactory to have one. All right. Lunch
Judge.
break. We are back on the record in the matter of Joanna Stolar versus State of Wisconsin Department of Corrections. We've just returned from lunch break and we are still in cross-examination. Attorney Holmanson.
I think that we are done with Ms. at this point. However, we do have her named as a witness. So although we are done with her cross-examination at this point, depending on what other witnesses say, we may have to call her as a witness, as we indicated on our witness list. And we can arrange that at a time that's more appropriate.
Okay. And
I know
I'm
that we're going to be having to request a continuance in this case.
correct. And I'm sure you've properly subpoenaed her. All right. Then, Ms. Stolar, now the way it works is Attorney Hitchcock Cross gets to do a redirect.
Thank you. Just a few quick questions here. I think going just in reverse order, you said something about your criminal justice education. You were no longer pursuing that, right? Did I understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a connection between anything that happened at the Department of Corrections and your stopping your criminal justice pursuits?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
Just the fact that they failed to protect me, they failed to have my back, and that scares me in that area, especially because they're both in the same category there as in criminal justice.
Thank you. Now, you've heard you've had questions about Carrie Beyer and Chrissy Preston, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your mind's eye now, can you picture Carrie Beyer?
Yes.
How about Chrissy Preston?
Not specifically.
Okay. And you saw Carrie Beyer just a few days ago, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, finally, we've had a series of questions about, I would say, a version of events that you told to the Department of Corrections, and there's been some comparison to, let's say, a version of events that you told to Mr. Farley. Do you recall those questions?
So we'll miss.
Okay. Now, is there any reason why you may have, and I'll use the word minimized when you talk to Mr. Farley?
Yes, just because, I mean, we weren't specifically in a relationship as in boyfriend and girlfriend, that kind of thing. I didn't feel like fighting with him, and or he doesn't need to know everything about my life, because we were not in that type of relationship.
Did you have any concerns about what Mr. Farley might do if he understood we'll say everything that had happened, for lack of a better word?
Yeah. And no.
Would you care to explain that at all?
I guess, there wouldn't have been anything physical, I don't think. I just did the anger, how he would get angry
Okay.
about it, yeah.
And when you, let's say, filed the intake, again, for lack of a better word, against Mr. Toutant with the Department of Corrections, was everything that at that time that you said true?
Yes.
Okay. And when you told the police about what happened at Lake Emily, was with regard to Mr. Toutant, is everything you said there true?
Yes.
Okay. And how about your testimony here in this proceeding? Is everything you've said true?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Judge.
I just have one, and then we'll let you go. During your testimony last week, and then again today, there seem to be quite a few things that you're having trouble remembering specifics, that kind of stuff. Would it be fair to say that back in 2020, when these events happened, the things that you said at that time, whether it was to the police or to intake, were fresh in your mind as compared to today?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So, in other words, your recollection at that time is better than your recollection today.
For yes, for some things, with my trauma going through that, I think that there are some things like I don't specifically remember certain conversations, like some of the emails or what they were about, right? But there are some of the sort of things that you know, that I may see or may trigger me to remember this. And but at that time and place when I did that, the sexual assault and sexual harassment was way better for me in my mind of remembering certain things, yes.
Would you say that would be the same of the actual specifics of the conversations you had with people? That was better at the time you were having them as opposed to now 4 years later?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Like,
That's
like,
it.
For instance, those
That's it,
emails,
yeah.
like I could have probably remembered what really some of those conversations where it stemmed from or where it came from, but yeah.
Okay. That was it. I'm done.
I get it.
All right. So you're done. Understand, however, that the respondent may subpoena you to come back, and you may have to do that. Now, while we're here and you're here, I want to make sure, I want to go over something with everyone, because you have a right to be present. You don't have to. But I have to schedule another, and I'm going to do it by telephone, just a telephone hearing. I don't make phone calls on my cell phone. I do not have an office phone. We all use Teams to make calls. So this will be done per Teams. But back on August the 8th, motion to compel production of documents was filed by your attorney. The respondent filed their response towards the end of August, and then I started working on it between Labor Day, after Labor Day, and whatever. I rendered a decision, and the way the statute reads is that I don't have a choice. Upon once I deny a motion to compel, a telephone hearing has to be scheduled as part of that sanction for me to hear argument as to fees and costs. Okay, and that's the only thing we're going to be talking about. All right, we did this once before. You didn't appear, and that's fine. You don't have to. But ultimately, what I have to decide is, number one, is it just, how much, if anything, and whether that should be your attorney who pays the cost, or the things should be split between, the party, whoever lost the motion, right? Whether that should be split between that individual and their attorney, or just to the attorney, or whatever. So I have to set this date, and while everybody's here, I want to give you the option of, I don't know your work schedule. I don't even know if you want to show up. Again, you're not required to, but I want to give you the option if you wanted to weigh in as to a particular day of the week, because I don't want to calendar something that's going to impact your employment, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And you choose to come. Again, I'll even schedule it for a day you're off, and you don't have to show up. But I'm trying to be flexible here. Is there a better day of the week that works for you, should you decide you want to do this?
I think right now, Fridays would be best for me.
There we go. So at least we're starting with that. How does, and the statute's pretty specific. It just says all I have to do is give notice of the manner and the time. So obviously the notice will tell the time. The manner is going to be by Teams, and that's how we're going to do that. What does everybody's calendars look like? Because we're also going to need to reschedule the rest of these days as well. And then ultimately in my decision, that will be part of it as from the last telephone conference we had on this as well. As well as the other motion that was filed for frivolousness. I have to address that. But that's not going to be addressed until this entire hearing has been concluded. So what what Friday looks good for folks?
The 18th looks good for me. Is that good for you?
I'm pretty much booked until the middle of November.
Okay, because I was hoping that we could start to reschedule this hearing. Well, I'll have to give notice because I've got to do 30 days on that. All right, so you're saying till pretty much November?
Yeah, I mean, first day that I won't have had a hearing in the past 3 weeks will be next week, I think Tuesday.
Okay, well, that's not going to work for Ms. Stolar should she decide to want to participate in this. Okay, when is, I don't know when Thanksgiving is, okay? I work all the time. So I don't know what the 22nd is. That's like as late in November? That's not the start of, is that the start? Isn't Thanksgiving like the third week of the month?
I've got a hearing on the Thursday, so
I think it's always
so.
the third Thursday, right?
It's November 28th.
Oh, then that's the 4th, because the 3rd would be the 21st. That's why I'm kind of messing up here. Okay, so how does the 22nd look for everybody?
That's fine.
It's fine for Attorney Hitchcock-Cross. How about respondents?
Yes.
Okay, so then I will calendar that for November 22nd, fees, costs. You'll get an invitation by email, and then there'll also be the printed invitation that will be physically mailed out to everyone as well. You won't get one by email because I only correspond with your attorney by email, but you'll get one by regular mail. Okay, so...
And I will just say this, I mean, I can't say for sure will or not be there, just because I thought we were just doing this in October, so.
No, this is for the telephone for the sanction, okay?
Oh.
This is,
Yeah.
it's only going to be like an hour and a half. And again,
that's fine.
you don't have to be there. But I wanted to make sure we did it on a day that was going to least impact you should we do it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, we'll find
That's all. Now, morning or afternoon better for everyone?
Morning.
Anything is fine.
Morning works for me. Morning work for you?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do this on the 22nd at 9:30. All right.
Can I also just add or ask, I don't know what, if they have to have me come back for questioning.
Yeah.
I guess as of right now, if we can't do it on a Friday.
Don't say anything out loud, because whatever you say, they'll do the opposite, so don't say anything out loud.
Okay, well, I don't know that that's going to happen, but if there's certain days that work better for you, please convey those to your attorney rather than in this open forum, because he will then let us know via an email.
Great.
And we're going to try to accommodate her calendar and her work schedule, because
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. If we could.
I don't want you to lose your job, okay?
Right.
None of us here do.
Well, Judge, I'm not quite sure we're at the point where we need a continuance yet. We would object to any continuance, and we think this train should keep going here.
Oh, it's going to, but
Good.
I just want to, she's here.
Great.
That's all.
Good.
Okay? So we'll figure out something else at a later point in time, but you'll get notice and everything else, and if there are any concerns in terms of your work, convey those to your attorney, and he will then speak on your behalf. Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Stolar.
I can promise you that I won't call the police throughout the next day and a half. So we can hopefully move forward quicker.
Okay, Attorney Hitchcock-Cross, your next witness.
We arrest.
Oh. Okay. Is he gonna go? Okay. Just for my paperwork, do we know? Hold on. Who this is going to be?
Yes, it is Mike Patton, P-A-T-T-E-N.
P-A-T-T-E-N. Mike?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Patton.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. If I could
Sit
get
down?
Yes, sir, you may sit
All
down.
right.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
If I could get you to raise your right hand, though. Do you affirm or swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may lower your hand. Who's witness?
Fine, thank you.
Attorney's a card.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
And I'm going to ask everyone to speak up because we're recording and I don't know.
Michael Patton, P-A-T-T-E-N.
And how are you employed, sir?
How long?
How are you employed?
By the Wisconsin Department of Corrections, currently at Dodge Correctional.
How long have you been employed with the Department of Corrections?
Over 29 years.
What is your job title?
Currently, it's Correctional Sergeant.
Thank you. And do you know an individual by the name of Johanna Stolar?
I know who she is.
Okay.
Don't really know her personally.
Okay.
I'm going to let the record reflect that the witness pointed to Ms. Stolar sitting next to her attorney.
Behind the sign that says complainant.
Well, he pointed at her.
Right, behind the sign that says complainant.
Yeah, knows who she is, but doesn't know her.
Great.
And Mr. Patton, do you recall attending an event on January 27th, 2020 at Lake Emily?
I believe that's the right date, I can confirm, but yes, I was at the event in question.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall how long you were out at the event?
I was there from before the start till after the finish,
Okay.
the entire day.
Okay. So, did you see Mr. Jason Toutant there?
Yes.
And you-
Objection, foundation.
I'm going to overrule. He either saw him or he didn't.
Well, how do we know he knows who that person is?
I can ask.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Do you know a person by the name of Jason Toutant?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Toutant?
I actually met Mr. Toutant before he even started in corrections. I know the family, and I also know him through my employment.
Did you see Jason Toutant at the event on Lake Emily?
Yes.
While you were on the ice at Lake Emily, did you ever see an incident involving Mr. Toutant there?
An incident? Nothing that would stand out as unusual or
What were you doing while you were out on the ice?
Fishing with tip-ups, socializing with friends, eating, drinking.
Were you consuming any alcohol that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how much alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Did you observe whether or not Mr. Toutant was consuming alcohol?
I did not observe that.
And you said you attended from the beginning of the day before it started until the end. Did you ever go to the restaurant nearby?
Yes.
Do you know what that restaurant's called? If you don't, that's okay.
I've been there 6 to 8 times. The name of it's owned by Jason Palmetier's parents. I'm just having a space on the blank. Schwartz or something.
Okay, that's okay. Now, while you were at the ice fishing event, did you hear any discussions or rumors about any sort of concerning incidents that happened that day at all?
No.
And do you recall being asked to participate in an interview regarding Mr. Toutant?
Through my employer?
Yes.
Yes, I was. I was interviewed. I have the copy of my interview.
Okay. And do you recall who interviewed you that day? If not, do you remember?
Possibly Captain Nace. I don't know. No, I don't recall who interviewed me.
Do you remember if there was one person or more than one person?
Typically, it's 2. I don't recall.
Okay. And do you, sorry, strike that. So now you had mentioned that you had brought a copy of your interview with you today, and it's folded up, is that right?
Yeah, the questions I was asked in the email from you, where to be and what time today.
Okay.
That's what I have here.
Okay, thank you. So, let me just, I have to open up the document. So did you review your interview from that day?
I read it.
Do you recall what it is you reported on that day to the investigators?
Just, well, I responded to their questions, what they asked about my employment, if I was at this ice fishery event, and if there was questions about Mr. Toutant and Ms. Stolar. Is it Ms. Stolar or Mrs.? I don't mean any offense. Ms. Stolar.
And so, do you recall reporting that you had seen Ms. Stolar on UTV with Mr. Toutant?
I did.
And do you also recall reporting that you did not see any sort of, I guess,
I
interaction?
believe he had his hands on the steering wheel.
Okay. So, when you were asked to be interviewed, had you prior to being asked to being interviewed, and I'm sorry if this is overly wordy, had you heard about this incident where Mr. Duton had been reported to have grabbed Ms. Stolar's breasts?
I had heard a rumor to that effect.
Do you remember when you heard that rumor?
No, ma'am. Sometime between the fishery and being interviewed, but I don't recall when it was in that time.
And just to clarify, is it your testimony you did not see that event?
I did not see Mr. Duton grab her.
So in terms of you had heard about the event, did you hear any other rumors about Ms. Stolar? If you can recall.
I mean, any rumors about her in any way, or any rumors regarding the ice fishery?
Well, maybe let's start. So you indicated you heard a rumor about the ice fishing event. What did you hear?
Just that people were being brought in and questioned about Mr. Duton touching her was the basis of the investigation, I believe.
Did you ever hear any other rumors regarding Ms. Stolar outside of the ice fishing event?
There was a rumor I heard, and I don't know if these are truth or not, of her arriving at another coworker's house during a family event or something, that she was allegedly dating or something. And that would have been a Mr. Farley. Other than that, no, I didn't know Miss Stolar very well through work. I don't believe we ever worked directly together. I don't believe so.
So maybe just, have you worked at Dodge Correctional your entire career?
I started at Dodge in '95, and after 1 year, I went to Oshkosh Correctional for approximately 11, 12 years, and then I came back to Dodge, and I've been there since.
Okay, thank you. So let's just kind of talk about rumors. Are rumors something that are common occurrence at the institutions?
In the correctional facilities, there are a lot of rumors go around. I tend to not believe most things I hear, and if I try to stay out of the rumor mill. When this incident occurred, I was not in security. I had a different position where I was in an office and kind of by myself, and so I tried to stay out of. I was out of a lot of conversations and things. But in general, and not just with her, but in general, corrections is when you have a large employee base. I think that's normal at any place. There'll be rumors.
You ever hear rumors about not Ms. Stolar, but other employees either dating each other or who they were dating? Is that
Of course.
something- One moment, let me find a page here. Do you know who Alexander Hartzheim is?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him at the ice fishing event?
I believe so.
Do you recall if you talked to him or anything?
Most likely, if the event is in a general area with lots of groups of 4 people here, 8 people here, I sometimes will walk around, will visit people, so there's a good chance I spoke to Mr. Hartzheim at it, but I don't recall any specific conversations with him.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Patton, you see that big binder next to you?
Yes,
right
ma'am.
there? Could I ask you to go to, there's tab numbers in it.
Yep.
Could you go to the one that's labeled tab 11 and look behind that tab? And I'm gonna tell you page number in 1 second. If I can find it. My apologies, sorry. I don't have my glasses. Or my computer glasses too.
And that's the one you're looking at, number 11, that begins on ERD 1244.
Oh, actually, it's, so it's Respondents Exhibit 11. If you could go to, there's page numbers at the bottom.
Yep.
And it would be page 104 of 135. And for the record, I believe it's ERD number 1347.
104 of 135.
Yeah, so if you could look at pages, it's 104, 105, and 106. Could you just take a look at those and see if you recognize that?
Okay.
This appears,
Hold on. For the this was admitted as complainant's number 4 in its entirety. It was called the Duton Investigatory Packet, pages 1244 through 1378, and we're now referencing 1347, so I will not give it its own number. Okay?
I'm
That's
sorry, I didn't hear it marked down correctly. And did you recognize that?
it appears to be a copy of what I have.
And what is that copy that you have? Can you tell me what it is?
That would be the text of my part of the investigation, my statements, my answers to the state's questions.
Okay. And does the information in that statement appear to be accurate in terms of your memory of what occurred during that interview?
It does.
And I know you answered a question similar to this, but I just wanted to clarify. You had indicated there were some rumors about people dating other people. Were there ever rumors about employees sleeping with other employees? Were those the
All
types-
the time.
All the time? I don't have any further questions.
Great. Are you ready to answer my questions?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Now, how did you appear here today? Were you subpoenaed, for example?
I don't believe so.
Did you get an
Received
email?
email notification.
Okay. And who was that from? If you remember.
It's right here.
I know, but.
Stephen Ross.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just generally speaking, I won't have you look at a document unless you.
No problem. Do you want me to close this?
Sure, that'd be helpful. It's because I'm trying to get answers from your memory. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Now, I didn't get this from your answers, but did you, at the Lake Emily fishing expedition, did you fish at all?
Yes, sir.
Do you, is that something you regularly do?
Fishing?
Yeah, fishing.
Yes, sir.
Do you enjoy fishing?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And it's my understanding that the Lake Emily trip was something like the 6th annual one. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Do you know if you had been to any more Lake Emily trips other than the one you had described?
I have.
How many?
I've probably been to it, approximately 4 times.
Okay. And if, we'll just assume, the Lake Emily trip that you described was the 6th one, do you believe that there was a 7th one?
Was there COVID that next? I'm not sure.
Okay.
There was tournaments since then, yes. Not tournaments, get together, not work, but
Well, I want to be
event.
clear. Was there a annual fishing event at Lake Emily the next year?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you attend that event?
The following year?
That's right.
Possibly. I couldn't tell you 100%. I've been to some, I haven't been to all.
Okay. And if my recollection is the COVID, sort of the shutdown happened somewhere in March of 2020. Is that your recollection?
It sounds accurate.
Okay. And as far as I understand, the fishing trip would have been just a couple of months before that. Does that sound right?
I believe these were in January.
Okay. And the only reason I ask that is, does that help clarify your recollection of whether there was a fishing trip after that?
I believe there was. I couldn't positively say. I don't know if I was at the next one or not.
I understand. When you were at this fishing trip, the 6th annual one, were you with Mr. Toutant the entire time?
No, sir.
Okay. And I understood you testified that you know Mr. Toutant from his family. Did I understand that right?
I know other family members of his.
Okay. And do any of those other family members work for the Department of Corrections?
Previously, there was 2. I don't know if there's any currently.
Now I understand. Are you able to tell us what their ranks would have been?
I worked with Officer Mike Toutant at Oshkosh Correctional, and there was a female Toutant in the business office at Dodge who was a relation.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that you had a better relationship with all of the 3 Teutons than you did Ms. Stolar?
Objection. X. Assume not in evidence.
Knowing in somebody and having a relationship may not be the same. I'm just going to ask you to rephrase it.
I'll be happy to do that. So you knew Ms. Stolar, right?
Who she was.
You knew who she was, okay. And you more than knew Mr. Jason Toutant, right?
I more than knew Mr. Toutant.
Right. Your relationship with Mr. Toutant was greater than it was with Ms. Stolar, for example.
I guess I have spoken to Mr. Toutant and talked to Mr. Toutant much more than Ms. Stolar.
Okay. And that would be the same as with the other male Toutant relative that you work with at Dodge Correction, or Oshkosh?
The male and female.
Okay. And again, for the record, more so than Ms. Stolar, correct?
Not necessarily. One, the male, yes, the female, no.
Okay. Now, just talking about rumors, explain to me when was the first time you heard a rumor about the Lake Emily fishing trip?
I would not know dates. It would have been sometime between the actual lake trip and the investigation, and I honestly wouldn't even know how far apart those were.
Okay.
Somewhere in that time period.
What, if anything, did you discuss with Mr. Toutant about what happened at the Lake Emily trip between the date that it happened and the date you gave your interview?
I don't know if I discussed anything with him.
Okay, is it your testimony today that you discussed nothing with Mr. Toutant between those 2 dates about the fishing trip?
Asked and answered. He said he didn't know.
He said he didn't know. One thing I forgot to tell you, Mr. Patton, and my apologies, sir, I try to do this with every witness. If you don't understand a question or somebody asks you something, it's confusing, it's quite okay and preferred that you say, I don't understand. Ask for clarification, because otherwise we're all going to assume you know it. And the other thing is, it's perfectly acceptable to say, I don't recall, I don't remember. It's okay. Nobody wants you guessing.
Right.
So don't feel pressured that you have to try and come up with something, because that's not what this is about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, Judge, I'm not clear if we have a ruling on the last objection.
You said asked and answered was your objection, correct?
Correct.
And that's why I think I wanted to do the clarification, because I'm not sure if he was getting confused or not. I'm going to allow the question again, because I want to see if the clarification made a difference. So, do you want to ask the question again?
Sure, but in my understanding, you're saying you don't. Your first answer that you gave was that I didn't get a clear yes or no. So I'm just asking clearly yes or no. Sitting here today is what is your testimony with regards to, did you talk to Mr. Toutant about what happened at Lake Emily between that event and when you gave your interview with the DOC?
I don't recall any conversation with Mr. Toutant within the time period specified regarding the fishing trip.
Got it. Okay. So, my understanding is that the fishing at the fishing trip was taking place in a bunch of various holes in the ice. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, the fishing came to an end. Is that true?
Yes, it was a timed event.
That explains it. Okay. So after the timed event, it's my understanding that some people went to the bar. Is that true?
Yes, we had awards.
Okay.
Present the winners and door prizes.
And I understood you also went to the bar at some point.
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing between the end of the time event and when you went to the bar?
I would have collected my gear and walked up to the bar.
Okay. And you didn't, for example, stand in a circle with any other DOC employees at that time?
I may have.
You may have. Okay. And why do you think you may have?
Because that's most of what you do all day is stand around because you aren't actively fishing, it's tip-up fishing. So you set your gear and socialize. So I spoke to a lot of different people that day. It's more of a social. Fishing is somewhat secondary. It's a get-together.
Okay. And are you a white shirt?
Currently?
No, back then.
No.
Okay. And were you hanging out with the white shirts at that time?
I spoke to some out there.
Sure. But were you actively in a group with them?
At what time?
After the timed event?
I don't know who I spoke to. I spoke to a lot of people that day. At a specific time, I wouldn't know who I was speaking to.
Okay.
I couldn't be able to recall exactly who I was speaking to at exactly which time.
I understand. I just have a final series of questions for you. Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Toutant was ever charged criminally for what happened on the ice?
I think he was charged with something.
Okay.
I don't know what even occurred from it.
How did you learn that? How did you come to that belief?
That he was charged?
Yes, sir.
Probably the rumor mill at Dodge.
Okay. And just on that, finally, there were, while you worked at Dodge, there were rumors about Miss Stolar, correct?
I believe the only thing I've ever heard regarding Miss Stolar was regarding the fishing day and regarding Mr. Farley. I don't recall anything else regarding Miss Stolar.
Okay. Have you formed any opinion about Miss Stolar at any point?
No, I don't really, I do not know her very well.
Okay. And did those rumors influence what little you did know about Miss Stolar?
No.
No. Okay. I have no more questions, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No more questions, thank you.
Thank you. May I release him from whatever notice he got?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're good.
Thank you, Judge.
You're quite welcome. Don't forget to take your paperwork and whatever else you brought with you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right. Who's next on our list?
It should be William McCauley.
Okay. William McCauley. Ah, there he is, down at the bottom. All right. Hello, sir. Just have a seat right here at this table. And if you wouldn't mind, raise your right hand. Do you affirm or swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
William McCauley, McCauley.
Thank you, sir. And so I don't forget, I'm going to do it now. If at any point somebody asks you a question and you don't understand it or it's not clear, please speak up and ask them to, could you, I don't understand.
Fair enough.
That's because otherwise we all think you understood it. And the other thing is too, it's perfectly acceptable to say, I don't know, I don't recall. Nobody wants you guessing and trying to figure out.
Okay.
Okay? And please let us know. All right. Attorney's a card.
Thank you. Mr. McCauley, how are you employed?
How am I employed?
Correct.
Through the Department of Corrections.
What is your job title?
I am a supervising officer 1.
Is that also?
Lieutenant.
A lieutenant, thank you. How long have you been a lieutenant for?
Almost 6 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Department of Corrections?
Almost 14 years.
And so as a lieutenant, while you're on duty, do you wear what's typically referred to as a white shirt?
Yes.
And what are your job assignments as lieutenant?
I supervise the shift. I make adjustments to my schedule to fit the operations of the institution. I manage staff, inmates. If I have to, I can make referrals to staff and to inmates for different reasons. Basically making sure I run a smooth shift, making sure officers or my staff go home every day, are safe every day, make sure inmates are safe and held accountable for their actions as well.
Are you familiar with Joanna Stolar?
Yes, I remember working with her.
Would you recognize her if you saw her?
Yes,
Is she here today?
she is.
Okay. And I see that you're pointing towards the table that has the plaque that says complainant.
Yes.
And could you tell me what she's wearing or?
Oh, it looks like a plaidish like sweater.
I have no objection to him that
Okay.
he's identifying this witness.
Thank you.
And do you know a person by the name of Jason Toutant?
I don't know him personally, but I do remember working with him.
And to clarify, what shift do you usually work?
Now I'm on first shift, but when I was working at Dodge, I was second shift.
Are you still at Dodge?
No.
And I'm sorry if I missed that. Where are you at now?
Robert E. Ellsworth Correctional Center,
Okay, and that's in Racine
Burlington.
County?
Racine County.
Okay. So I know you didn't really work with Mr. Toutant, but you know of him. Do you know, would you recognize him if you saw him?
Maybe, I don't know.
And were you at an event at Lake Emily in January 27th of 2020?
That's ice fishing, tournament, yes, I was there.
Do you remember what time you got there
I
at?
do not.
Morning, afternoon?
Late morning, I would say, if I were to guess.
And if you're able to recall, do you remember the names of any other employees you spoke to on that day?
The group that I fished with was, at the time, Lana Webster, Alex Hartzheim, Jeff Kleefa, I think that's how you say his name. And I think that was it.
Do you, did you stick by that fishing area with Lana Webster and Mr. Hartzell?
Not the whole time. I did take a stroll to see, speak with some of the other groups.
Were you out on the ice the entire, from the time you got there until the end of the fishing tournament?
Yes.
And in terms of the fishing event, did you ever see any sort of interaction regarding Ms. Stolar and another, a male individual on the ice?
I did not.
Okay. While you were on the ice that day, did you ever have or recall any discussions regarding Ms. Stolar with Lana Webster or Mr. Hartzheim that day? Did you continue to?
I'm sorry, did you answer that?
Yeah, I said no.
Okay, I
Sorry.
didn't hear it.
I apologize.
No, that's okay.
So, did you continue to socialize with Lana Webster and Mr. Hartzheim while you were inside of the establishment nearby?
At the end of the fishing day, no, I was sitting next to Jeff Kleefa.
Do you know how to spell his name? That's okay. You don't. So you were sitting next to him. Where was that at?
That was at the bar itself.
Do you recall if you saw Miss Stolar inside the bar?
I saw her hanging around, but didn't pay any attention.
And, did you, hear any interactions between Ms. Stolar and Mr. Hartzine?
I did.
Did you observe, anybody dancing on the bar there?
I did not.
Now, did you take a video while you were in the bar that day?
I didn't, but when I left to use the restroom, my phone was still unlocked, and Jeff Cleafa was the one that took the video.
Okay. And what was on the video?
It was a pan of the whole bar.
Okay. No pictures of anybody dancing on bars?
No.
I'm going to interrupt. Is it Cleafa?
Cleafoth, or
Cleafoth. Okay.
or
Is he somebody that's employed by the DOC or just?
I don't know if he's still employed or not.
Okay. I'm guessing it is spelling. I think we can try and find the spelling, Judge.
Okay.
We'll try and during the break. So, when did you first find out about, the investigation involving Mr. Touchant?
If I recall correctly, it was probably a couple days later when I found out that Touchant was put on administrative leave.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Touchant about this incident?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Hartzine about anything involving him?
When we were talking at one point, and that's when, after Touchant was put on administrative leave, that's when I recalled the video being recorded on my phone and went to check it, and that's when that came a part of the questioning when I was questioned initially by internal affairs.
And so you met with investigators from internal affairs for the department?
Yes.
Okay. And Department of Corrections, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you recall who you met with? Or how many?
There was 2 people that interviewed me. I don't remember their names.
Okay. Do you recall what you reported to them about that day?
Regarding to, I'm sorry.
Do you remember what you told them about the ice fishing tournament?
Yes, I explained, or told them what happened that day, and what I realized I found on my phone after, and I provided a copy of the video for them.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look at my screen. Sorry, I apologize. Did you hear any rumors or anything while you were at the ice fishing event about Ms. Stolar at all?
I did not.
Have you ever heard any rumors about Ms. Stolar while she was still employed with the department?
If I did hear them, I disregarded them. I don't pay attention to rumors.
Okay. And did you recall what any of those rumors may have been?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Are rumors something that are common?
Yes, rumors are common, and that's just something I don't participate with.
Did Do you recall if there was like a large group of people out on the ice that day?
Yes, there was.
Do you recall if you saw Mr. Tucson in that large group?
I don't recall if I saw Mr. Tucson at all.
Okay. And so I'd like to have you go into that large book there.
Okay.
So there's it says tab 11. Sorry, I gotta find a page number to give you under tab 11.
It should say date 1319 at the top. Or it should say ERD 1319-4. It's on the top. It starts on page 76 of 135. That exhibit.
Okay, so if you look at go to tab.
Well, why don't we
Okay.
bring him a statement?
Hold on. Before we even, I don't know what the purpose is. I don't know if we're trying to identify it or what we're trying to do, but I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Great.
So first off, you're asking him to refer to ERD 1319. I'd like to point out that once again was claimant's exhibit number 4. It's the entire Teuton investigative packet. Therefore, I'm not going to remark that.
Okay, and then.
Now, the question is, you wanted him to turn to page 1319 for the purpose of, before he looks at it. What would that be?
I wanted him to review it and see if it's accurate in terms of the report.
To object to that, I mean, let's get his recollection first, and if there's some need to refresh his recollection, we can possibly do that. But to have him testify from the report is not valuable.
I can ask him questions about it.
Why don't we lay a foundation first as to that, and, I mean, I don't know if you've provided him this as part of his preparation, like the last week. I don't know what's going on with it. So I'd like some more foundation before we get into this, please.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you had spoken to 2 investigators. Do you recall what else you reported to them in addition to the discussions about the video on your phone?
I don't recall any the specific questions they asked me.
Okay. Do you recall if you were asked any questions about intoxicants, if you were drinking?
I believe I was asked if I was drinking. Yes.
Okay. Did you recall if you were drinking that day?
Yes, I had some drinks while I was on the ice. Yes.
Were you able to? Did you ever have an opportunity to observe either Mr. Teuton's or Ms. Stolar consuming beverages?
Yes.
Do you happen to know what they were drinking, or?
I do not.
Objection compound.
Then I'm going to sustain that. So he says you mentioned 2 people. Why don't we start them at one at a time, please?
Okay. Did you indicated that you saw 2 people, both of them drinking, right?
I don't know if I saw Teuton drinking, but I do specifically recall Ms. Stolar drinking.
What did you see?
When I was taking my little stroll to the other groups, she approached me and she was pretty intoxicated and holding up a bottle saying I had 3 of these, or she said a specific number. And based off her intoxication, I just turned around and walked away.
Now, you're indicating that you believe she was intoxicated. Can you please elaborate on that, or tell us?
Slurred speech. It was the ice was hard to walk on, but it wasn't that difficult. The way she was walking through, it was very clear intoxication.
She held up a bottle. Do you remember what the bottle looked like?
I do not.
Was it a bottle of alcohol or something else?
I don't want to say it was a bottle of alcohol, but I don't want to try to speculate on what I remember either, because it was a long time ago.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do you recall anything about Ms. Stolar's hand being cut?
Objection.
No, just, you can either say yes or no.
He did say yes or no. I missed it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but the judge may not have heard your answer.
So I said no.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just looking through this. Did you consider this a work activity required for work?
No, I did not consider it a work activity.
Other than the discussion you had with Ms. Stolar about the drinks that you just described, did you have any other discussions with her that day?
I don't believe so.
So, one other thing I just wanted to ask you, did you hear any rumors in the institution regarding Ms. Stolar and this ice fishing incident after the fact?
No, other than the allegation that was made.
Okay. Did you hear any other rumors about her in the institution?
No.
One moment, sorry. Oh, do you recall ever seeing people using like UTVs or four-wheelers or those types of vehicles on that day?
I saw people riding out on the ice with that. Someone even gave me a ride on an ATV to get to the fishing spot.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you saw Mr. Toutant on one?
I don't recall.
Ms. Stolar?
I don't recall.
Do you recall reporting that at some point Ms. Stolar cornered you, I think in the bar? Do you recall that?
I do not.
Can I refer you to that document that was in front of you? The pages that we opened to, it is page...
If you're looking for his statement,
13.
is that what you're looking for?
Yes,
That's on page, it's gonna be 1319,
Yes.
But before you do that, why don't you ask him if there's something that could refresh his recollection, because we're just not going to have him go read that page.
Oh, yeah, I just.
So
wanted-
we have I think we've laid enough foundation as to some of the questions and things of that nature, but we're just not going to show him that. I'm sorry, Attorney Hitchcock, I cross-cut you. But did you want to make an objection?
I think we're laying out the proper procedure here, so.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I don't think you should be able to see the document.
Yeah, until just ask him if there's something that could refresh his recollection as to what happened.
Is there anything that can refresh your recollection about your statement from that day?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Would looking at your statement, sir, help you refresh your recollection?
I
mean-
answered.
I mean, it's like everybody's beating around the bush. We're going to be here for 3 years.
Can't
Come
make 'em
on.
drink, Judge.
Yeah. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you were able to look at your statement from that day? I mean,
The first question was general. Is there anything? He's not sure. There was an objection asked and answered. Now you're getting a little bit more specific. But this will be the last time he's asked that question. So, your answer as to whether your statements would help you or not.
It might. If it was a verbatim of what I said, it could.
can I ask you to look at, I just lost the page, it says on the bottom, page 78 of 135. Could you take a look at that page?
I'm going to object then as to foundation, because the witness's answer was if it was verbatim, and I don't believe we have any foundation that these purported interviews are verbatim.
Do you recall reporting to the investigators that Ms. Stolar was annoying you?
Hold on. We've got an objection that I need to rule on.
I'm sorry, I was
Because-
just going to withdraw the question.
No, don't worry. We just hang on to it. Okay. The thing is that he said, well, maybe it's verbatim. So the minute he says maybe it's verbatim, now we've opened the door to, is this verbatim? I mean, did we discuss the format of how the interview was conducted? We have done that with another witness as to how it occurred, when it occurred. Do you remember? But we haven't even done any of that, and I don't know that there's anything in the record that says this was transcribed, how it was, whatever. So I think the minute he says, well, yeah, it might help if it was verbatim, I don't know what you're going to do with that.
I was just going to withdraw the question and ask
Okay,
you something
let's
else.
then questions withdrawn.
Oh, thank you. Do you recall discussing with investigators that you found Ms. Stolar to be annoying at some point?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Can I direct do you recall if, how the interview was done? Do you
Yes, I was with two investigators. They read me the rules of what they're going to do with the investigation, and they said that they were going to voice record the interview so that they could have everything out printed out properly.
Okay. So, were you ever given an opportunity to review that, a written copy of that statement that they recorded?
No.
Okay. All right. Can I ask you to look over what's pages 1319 to 1322? See if you recognize that.
Are you asking the witness to re-look at the document? I mean, isn't this exactly what we just went over? Am I missing something? I don't even know how to
Well,
object
he
to that.
explained how it was done. I think she can ask him if this is does it accurately depict the questions and answers to the best of his recollection?
Okay, I understand.
I mean, this was just a roundabout way to finally get here.
Okay. Fine. I got it. My feeling is, Judge, just for the sake of brevity, we should either decide if we're going to get there or not, and not wait for us to actually get there. So
Right.
if we're going to allow him to see the document, I suggest we just do it. If we're not going to let him do it, then I suggest we don't. So either, I mean,
Okay.
at this point, that's
Yeah.
how I feel. But I'm willing to abide by your ruling either way.
Take a look at it. Does it look familiar? Not look familiar? If you would, please, sir.
Are you done?
Yep.
Does that document refresh your memory at all about the events of that day?
A little more, yes.
Do you recall,
Before you ask him anything, I'm going to interject. Does that document accurately reflect the interview that occurred on that day to the best of your recollection?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Now I'll let you ask another question.
oh, thank you. So, do you recall reporting that the Stolar was being annoying that day?
When she approached me with her drinks, telling me that how much she drank, yes, that was annoying me.
And do you recall reporting that you were then trying to avoid her on the ice?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Great. So are you ready to answer my questions?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You've been looking forward to it all day, I suppose?
Yes, with anticipation.
I get that a lot. Will you believe that? Okay. Judge, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, and I'm sorry, what's your last name?
McCauley.
McCauley. Do you know what a mandated reporter is?
I do not know the definition.
Oh, okay. Do you believe that that's a term that the Department of Corrections uses at all?
Objection, I don't think, he just says he doesn't know what it is.
Well,
And
I don't know how you're going to know what somebody does with it when you don't even know what the term means.
Mhm.
So-
Okay. Did you, fine, I'll withdraw that question. What training did you receive when you became a lieutenant?
I went through supervisor development training.
Mm-hmm.
I went through investigations training and other annual trainings as well.
Okay. And how about when you were an officer at some point, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to the academy?
I did.
Okay. And what training did you receive at the academy?
Basic, academy, DOC training.
Okay. And at any time, did you ever get any training in what, if anything, you are required to do when you learn of a sexual assault at an institution?
Yes.
Objection relevance? This wasn't at an institution?
I understand that the event did not occur at the institution. I understand that so far the testimony has said that this occurred at a fishing trip. But he could ask him what he had for lunch and then turn around and eat it. So I'm going to allow it.
Great. So can you answer the question, please?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Did you ever receive any training in sexual harassment at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever learn about what you were supposed, if anything, that you as a lieutenant were required to do when you learn of any sexual harassment at the Department of Corrections?
Yes, respond to it, address it, and file complaints if it was with staff members or if it's with inmates, separate and investigate the incident.
Okay. And just to back up a step, do you know what PREA is?
I do.
Okay. And does PREA impose any duties on you?
Objection, I think that question is too vague.
I heard an awful lot about PREA the other day. Can we narrow the question down a little bit?
Sure. With regard to sexual harassment, do you think that PREA imposes any duties on you as a lieutenant?
With inmates, yes,
Okay. And how do you know that?
because I am also a PREA investigator.
Okay. Is that something unique to you as a lieutenant?
No, it's not unique to me as a lieutenant, no.
Okay. Are there other PREA investigators?
Yes.
Okay. Are you automatically a PREA investigator for any reason?
After I went through my investigations training, part of the investigations training is also PREA investigations.
I got it. So if somebody makes a PREA complaint, you're eligible to investigate those complaints. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. But then independent of PREA, the Department of Corrections also has a sexual harassment policy that you're aware of, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you have responsibilities under that policy, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It's part of our ED5 harassment and discrimination work rule, to where if it's brought to our attention, we are to meet with a staff member, encourage them to file the complaint, do a intake interview, and push the information forward to HR so that they could look into it and assign a separate investigator.
Okay, and just to help me understand that, if you learn of sexual harassment, okay, what do you have to do under that policy? And when I say have to, I just want to be clear that this is not optional. It's something you're required to do. Can you explain that to us?
Sexual harassment, when it comes to what we do with inmates, we separate, we investigate, and we push what we find through for someone else to review.
Great, and I'm talking about if you learn of sexual harassment against a DOC employee.
Sexual harassment against a DOC employee, again, we'd go through the intake process, file the complaint, and ask questions of the person claiming the harassment. If they're comfortable talking with me about it, do they want someone present? Gathering all the information necessary, encourage them to fill out a complaint. And if they don't want to fill a complaint, we're obligated to fill one out for them.
I got it. So if you learn of a sexual harassment, just an allegation of sexual harassment, either you or the person who told you about it has to fill out a complaint. Did I understand that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is that optional for you?
No.
Okay. And how long have you known that was not optional for you?
From before I started promoting, as part of my education and trying to promote this.
Great, okay. And that was before the fishing trip, for example?
Yes,
Okay. How many fishing trips have you been on?
just that one.
Okay. Are you aware if there's been a fishing trip since that?
I was invited the following year, but I left Dodge at that point.
I understand. How were you invited to this fishing trip?
An email was sent out. Anybody that was interested in going is encouraged to go.
Who was sent it out to you?
I don't recall.
Oh, okay. Do you think it was a DOC person or somebody else?
It was most likely a DOC employee.
Okay. And do you think you received it on your DOC email or somewhere else?
My DOC email.
Okay. And you recall that or something else?
I'm pretty sure that's how it happened.
Okay. Now, I understand that since that you had a video of the inside of the bar at the fishing trip. That's true?
Yes.
Okay. And when is the first time that you became aware of your possession of this video?
The day that it happened,
Okay. And what, if anything, what was the first time you reviewed the video?
after the fact that I was informed that Toutant was on administrative leave.
Okay. And just to back up, because I want to be clear, you're saying that you were aware of the video, but at no time before you became aware of Toutant being out did you actually view the video. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, what about you learning that Toutant was out on administrative leave would cause you to review the video?
So when I heard that he was out, I didn't know why, and I was talking to other staff. They said that there was an allegation of sexual assault. I said, I got a video of on my phone of the bar. Let me review it to see, if there's anything on there.
Great. And what were you looking for at that time?
I just was trying to see if I could see, at some point, Ms. Stolar and Mr. Toutant at the bar together.
Oh, okay. And what would that have helped show, if anything?
See if there was any distress with Ms. Stolar.
Oh, okay. Was that part of your investigation into her sexual harassment complaint or something else?
I was not responsible for investigation.
Okay. And now I understood that you were aware of sexual harassment complaints by Ms. Stolar, right?
Not through her.
Oh, when did you first become aware of those complaints?
After the fact.
And what did you, after the fact, what does that mean?
That means I heard it through people talking about it.
Great. And at that time, did you file a complaint?
I was not obligated to,
Why not?
because I was already handled.
How do you know that?
Because it would have been told by me, or told to me.
What does that mean?
Objections is just getting argumentative.
It is getting a little argumentative.
Well, can we get
Okay, well, let's get some clarification on, because you said you heard rumors. Rumors from whom? And then we immediately jumped into why you're not responsible for the investigation.
Sure,
So,
we'll go back there.
I mean,
So who did you hear these rumors from?
Blue shirts.
Blue shirts, okay. And what, again, we're clear that you didn't file any complaint after you heard about those rumors, right?
Correct.
Okay. But somehow, are you able to enlighten us as to how you were aware that there was an investigation into Mr. Toutant at that point?
Because he was placed on administrative leave.
Okay. So the rumors and him being placed on administrative leave happened simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay. And to put it big clear, because otherwise it doesn't make sense here, right? There has to be a space of no time in between when you heard these rumors and when you learned he was out on sexual on leave, right?
Objection, form of question.
it's chicken or the egg.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It is. It's chicken and the egg, because it's all like this now. You said you found out that he was on administrative leave and you wanted to know why. Is that when you heard the rumors, or did you hear the rumors and then you found out about What came first?
The administrative leave
Okay. And who did you hear that from?
from the blue shirts.
Okay. Is that the rumors you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. But then the fact that he was on administrative leave, then we'd have to understand, why did you believe he was out on administrative leave?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. But so the fact that you didn't know that he was out on administrative leave, how did that lead you to check your phone for your videos then, sir?
Because like I said before, the blue shirts were the one that told me what happened.
So that then was after the fact?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And why do you think that you were no longer, because we just went through this, and I understood that you to tell me that as soon as you were aware of sexual harassment, you were required to file a complaint, right? You said that?
If it was brought to me by the officer or the staff member, yes.
Oh, okay. So here you weren't required to, I understood you also to say that you weren't required to file a complaint here because you knew that there was already an investigation going on. Isn't that true?
I was not privy to the information of what happened with Ms. Stolar, so how would I file a complaint if I had no information?
Well, then why were you looking for the video?
Objection, I asked and answered.
Yeah, at this time, it's getting a little argumentative.
Okay.
And I think he's laid out what's happened.
Okay. Isn't it true, sir, that you were looking for the video to try to exonerate Mr. Toutant?
Objection.
Well, what's the
I'm going to
objection?
allow it. You can either say yes or no.
I wanted to make sure that there was no false accusations.
Okay. And what led you to believe that there could possibly be a false accusation here?
It seemed like to me, it seemed like a ridiculous claim, and I wanted to make sure that what was said or what was accused would either happen or didn't happen.
Okay. And you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had very little contact with Ms. Stolar prior to this event. Is that true?
Aside from working with her,
Okay. And it's also true that you explained to us that you had very little contact with Mr. Toutant aside from working with him?
correct.
Okay. So why would you, about your working relationship with either of them would make you think that the charges would not be true?
I never said that. I wanted to for myself whether it was, if I could see something that did happen or didn't happen.
Oh, it was just curiosity, is that right?
Sure, we can call it that.
Okay. Now, I also understood that you testified previously that you had heard rumors about Ms. Stolar, but that you disregarded them. Did I understand that right?
Yes,
Okay. Why would you disregard rumors about Ms. Stolar?
because the rumors are rumors.
Okay, what does that mean?
They could be true, they could not be true. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Is there any DOC policy based on your knowledge and understanding against rumors?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment.
Okay. How about if the rumors are sexual in nature? Is there any issue with that?
Objection, I think he's already said he's not aware of policy.
That was to general rumors. Now we're getting down and we're drilling down to specific ones. So he said he's not aware of, he doesn't pay attention to them because they could be true or false. He's already said before he stays out of this stuff. And he's not aware of a DOC policy. The question has now become refined. So now if they're of a sexual nature, I believe was the question, was it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
So,
repeat the question then, please?
Sure. If you hear rumors of a sexual nature, do you have any obligation to act? Or sorry, is that against any rumors about a sexual nature? Is that against DOC policy? I think that's fair.
I don't know if it's a policy or not, but if I hear a rumor, I disregard it. Because it's just what they are, they're rumors.
Okay, so that's your personal choice, is that my understanding?
And professional.
What does that mean, professional?
Means if I have no facts regarding it. There nothing to back it up with through some sort of investigation. There's no reason to keep going on.
Okay, let's just walk through this. Let's say you heard that Mr. Toutant lifted Miss Stolar off the ground for about a minute by her breasts. What, if anything, would that statement, passed as a rumor, passed between DOC employees, would that be for or against the policy?
If I heard that
Mm-hmm.
before the question is, I'm not sure what you mean by that question.
Okay, my question is, if somebody told you that they had, for example, observed Miss Stolar being lifted off the ground by her breast by Mr. Toutant, okay? Is there a policy about people talking about that at the Department of Corrections that forbids that or not?
Objection. I don't know if there's you're asking a hypothetical question, and I don't think he has I don't think there's been enough of a foundation about that.
I mean, he's gone over his knowledge of the policy and procedure. He's
Well,
talked
I think part of the problem we've run into is that he's not aware of any DOC policy in regards to rumors, and I haven't heard him say that he's aware or not aware of rumors of a sexual nature. I still don't have an answer to that question.
That's what I thought. That's where I was at.
Yeah, but now we're going into hypothetical. So it's very simple. Here, are you aware of a DOC policy regarding sexual rumors?
Not rumors, no.
Okay, great. Now, you admit that when you talked to the DOC investigators, you told the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you said that you didn't have any contact with Mr. Toutant at the fishing event. Is that true?
I said I don't recall.
Oh, so you might have had contact with him?
After reading this, yeah.
Okay. So it is true that you had contact with him at the event,
Very
after
minimal,
all?
yes.
Okay. And what contact, based now that your recollection is refreshed, did you actually have with Mr. Toutant?
Just seeing him on the ice and seeing him in the bar. That's about it.
Okay. And what, now that your recollection, how did you see him at the bar?
Just hanging out on the opposite side where Miss Stolar was standing as well.
When you saw him around Miss Stolar anytime?
I did.
Okay, do you know who Mr. Gerbinski is?
I don't recall the name.
Did Miss Stolar have an older gentleman with her anytime?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you recall whether or not Mr. Toutant was, let's put it another way. When you saw Mr. Toutant over by Miss Stolar at the bar, do you know if he left the area that she was in at any time?
I don't.
Oh, okay. So that what you do recall is just seeing him near her at the bar and nothing more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So I see a question from them. It says something like this. What else would you like us to know about that day? And you responded, I mean, I don't understand all the incidents that happened because I wasn't there, but I do know what I did see. Toutant. He obviously was drinking, but he was okay, as I would say. But as I did say that was earlier in the day, I'm not sure what time this is all supposed to happen. Although I see her the one time in the ice and in the bar, and Stolar was like severely intoxicated like most of the time. Was that an accurate statement that you would have given at that time?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So can you explain to us how you were aware of Mr. Toutant's sobriety, if at all?
Because I was present.
Okay. So you saw him once earlier, you saw him again at the bar, and by those two contacts you were able to tell his sobriety. That's true?
Assumed.
Okay. Assumed sobriety, I got it. Now, I understand that you testified earlier that you had one interaction with Miss Stolar. Isn't that true?
that I recalled at that time, yes.
Okay. And then you, again, to quote, apparently, you verbatim here, although I see her the one time on the ice and in the bar, and Stolar was like severely intoxicated. That's your opinion, right?
It was an observation.
Okay. And then you went on to observe, like you said, like most of the time, right? Okay. How were you able to tell, based on those two interactions, that Stolar was severely intoxicated like most of the time?
Because most of the time when I saw her, she was intoxicated.
Well, no, that's not what that says there, sir. It says, I saw her one time on the ice and in the bar, and Stolar was severely intoxicated, right? So that accounts for the 2 times that you saw her, right? How did you form this second opinion that she was intoxicated like most of the time?
Objection, I think he's just arguing with him at this point.
Well, and I think we're combining different statements. I appreciate that.
I'll rephrase the question. Sir, where did you come to the opinion that Stolar was severely intoxicated like most of the time?
Based off her behavior during the event.
Oh, okay. Now, we'll keep going. It says, I remember that Dad or Pops or whatever she called him, basically kind of yelling at her. Do you see that there?
Which question is that?
That's question 25. Your answer is answer 25. Do you see that there?
That's not the question I have here
That's not the question we have either. That's why the first one wasn't making sense. We're looking at page 78 of 135 would be what you would have.
There we go. No. I see. Okay. So the document that I see is, your name is William McCauley?
correct?
Okay. And you're Supervisor Officer 1, and this interview date is of 3/5/2020. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. I may, just give me 1 second. I may have,
This is the Antonio Gonzalez.
I think I may-
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because some of the questions don't match up. So I think we've just had a little bit of an error. I think we're going to get it corrected, that statements were attributed to you that actually were somebody else's. So I'm sure Attorney Hitchcock-Cross is going to.
I will.
Fix all
Just
that.
going back in terms of fixing, are you clear where we started the error from? I think it's like 5 questions back.
It was, sir.
Okay.
So I'm going to make myself a note that
Okay.
Yeah, I got to
big,
meter again.
yeah.
Lisa
Oh.
says 6 and
Well,
Lisa says 4.
can we take
5.
like 10 minutes
Sure.
for you to get your paperwork in order? Because Mr. McCauley needs to feed the meter. Does anybody else need to feed the meter? Okay, let's take a real quick break and everybody gather their stuff.
And sir, I just
Right.
want, excuse me, Judge.
Sorry. We are back on the record. The appearances are the same. Mr. McCauley, you're still under oath. As we just left off, it appears there was some mix-up and some questions that were being asked of Mr. McCauley. And they appeared to be questions that did not pertain to his interview, but the interview in the packet prior to that of a Mr. Antonio Gonzalez. So, especially in particular to question 25, That has now been corrected. Attorney Hitchcock Cross, are you asking me to strike those questions that do not correspond to his interview?
Yes, please.
Okay. I will do that. There seemed to be the one with the intoxication all the time. Obviously, that's not in his interview. That's somebody else's. And I'm looking to see if it was pretty much the bar type thing. I don't know anything in terms of his training, and I think those are legitimate questions. I don't think that had anything to do with whatever interview he gave. And same thing with the policy. He did say he doesn't know who Mr. Grabinski was, and he did not see Mr. Toutant near Miss Stolar at the bar. So I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Do you have the correct page number now, sir?
Yes. I
Okay.
apologize to everybody for that. Thank you for correcting that, Judge. Okay.
All right.
So, sir, I'm going to go in a totally different direction then, and hopefully we'll get you out of here as soon as possible. I'm sorry again for that mix-up. You know a Lieutenant Miller, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of whether or not Joanna Stolar filed a complaint against Lieutenant Miller?
I do not.
Okay. And you don't recall whether or not you testified or gave, I guess, statements to the DOC investigators with regard to Lieutenant Miller?
Okay, let me
Please.
change my answer. Now I do recall that there was a complaint filed against Lieutenant Miller. I do recall being interviewed, but I don't remember what the complaint or the interview was about.
Okay. And do you think it had anything to do with rumors that Lieutenant Miller was starting against Miss Stolar?
I don't.
Objection, relevance, this is outside the scope of this hearing.
To some, yes, the incidents with Miller, we'd already discussed that last Monday in terms of that. But doors have been open in regards to rumor. He either knows or he doesn't. He can't speculate as to what. But he says he doesn't recall what the exact complaint was or what he said during the interview. But he knows there was a complaint filed, and he knows that he did give an interview.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. I have no more questions for you.
Any redirect on anything?
No, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You are excused, sir. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Sorry you just put more money in the meter.
That's all right.
All right, who do we have next on bat?
Listen, you know, if you gotta make a mistake, sometimes it's nice that you're not in the federal courthouse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
It's good to be among friends.
that used to scare me. That's a whole nother.
Sorry, yeah. Well, she's weird because then it goes us.
A name, perhaps?
Mr.
Rahn.
Ron.
Who?
Sorry, I gotta.
Oh, Greg Rahn?
Former
Yeah.
law partner.
We told him the wrong name, so we have to.
Oh, go catch him. Okay.
He is extremely nice and almost everything and deferential. But if you don't have the next witness ready to go, and this is not out of order, but I mean, if you waste everybody's, like a jury, if there's a jury, it's a different story. That's what I probably should have said. If there had been a jury here, it would have been a different story.
Oh, I can assure you in my court it would have been.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah. We don't waste jury time.
that's a better way to put it. Even with they do have fancier eagles at this federal courthouse, and fancier everything.
Yeah. Yeah. This table right here, sir. Close up the nifty book. I just have to see your name. All right. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you affirm or swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may lower your hand, and would you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Greg Rahn, R-A-H-N.
Thank you, sir. Who's witness?
I will.
Okay, attorney's the card.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell us how you're employed now?
I'm retired.
You're retired, okay. So where'd you retire from?
Dodge.
Dodge Correctional?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you work at Dodge Correctional for?
3.5 years.
Did you work at any other Department of Corrections institutions?
Yes, I worked at Waupun State Prison for 17.5 years.
And do you, when did you retire from the Department of Corrections?
21.
Okay. And so I take it you were working at Correctional in 2020?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know a person by the name of Joanna Stolar?
No.
No. Do you know a person by the name of Jason Toutant?
Yes, he was my sergeant on Unit 17.
Okay. And I apologize if I forgot to ask you this earlier. What was your job title?
I
Job
was
title?
Unit 17 officer.
Okay. So correctional officer?
Correctional officer.
Okay. And do you recall an ice fishing tournament that occurred at Lake Emily on January 27th of 2020?
I had heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
I know I showed up there for a couple minutes,
Okay.
you know, because I had heard about it and I was off that day, so I showed up for a couple minutes.
Now, when you say a couple minutes, do you mean,
Maybe an hour.
okay, so not just a couple minutes?
Well, to me, that's, you know, I mean, if you're there, you're gone.
Okay. Do you recall about when you got there?
No,
No.
no, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall if it was morning or afternoon?
Probably, more than likely, more in the afternoon.
Okay, I forgot to give you my spiel. I apologize, Mr. Rahn. It's perfectly okay to say, I don't know, I don't recall. Nobody wants you to guess or speculate. If you don't understand a question, just ask, tell them, and they'll rephrase it, they'll reword it or whatever. But nobody wants you guessing. I don't know or I don't remember or whatever. Those are perfectly good answers.
Okay.
My apologies, Attorney Zacard, for interrupting.
No, thank you for clarifying that. So, did you ever go into the bar/restaurant that's located near Lake Emily, if you recall?
No, I did not go to the bar.
Okay. Do you recall if you were drinking while you were out there?
I don't drink alcohol.
Okay. Did you observe any other participants there drinking alcohol?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, do you recall being interviewed by DOC staff regarding some allegations that came out of that incident?
I don't recall that either.
Okay. And Do you recall if you saw anything that occurred on Lake Emily on the date in question that concerned you at all? No. Is there anything that you might be able to review that could refresh your recollection about that day? Is that a no?
No.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to the DOC investigators? And I apologize if I already asked that.
No, I don't remember speaking to anybody about it.
If I were to ask you to look at a document, do you think you might be able to tell me whether or not you remember?
I could look at it.
Okay.
Objection. There's no foundation for this.
Yeah, we're going through the same thing that we just did with the other witness. The problem you have is that it's just in the order in which you try to refresh, but now you've boxed yourself in. First off, he doesn't recall ever being interviewed. He doesn't recall saying anything at the fishing tournament that concerned him. And more importantly, he says there's nothing that he can review to recall or refresh his recollection. So it's a progression of how one should refresh recollection, and we already did that once with the last one, and quite frankly, I'm not going to do it again. So we have a foundation issue, and if you can quickly figure out how to resolve that, I might let you proceed. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you to move on with your questions with him.
Let me just kind of switch directions for a minute. But I'm sorry. Okay. Do you know somebody by the name of Charlie Dusterback?
Not that I recollect.
Okay. Can I ask you if you ever heard any rumors regarding Joanna Stolar while you worked at Dodge Correctional?
I don't recollect. I don't recall ever hearing anything.
Okay. Do you recall hearing rumors about other employees while you worked at Dodge Correctional?
I don't recall hearing any rumors. The thing is with me, after all the years I did, I hear a rumor, I blow it off.
Okay.
After 21 years, it goes in here, right out here.
Okay.
Because you hear so much and so often that I never listen to them.
Okay. So is it fair to say that there were rumors going around, but you just didn't pay attention to them? Is that?
There may have.
Objection leading.
Yeah, that is a leading question. I'd ask you to rephrase it.
Okay. Then you just said you didn't hear rumors, but they went in one ear and out the other. Could you explain what you mean by that?
If I hear something and it doesn't pertain to me, I retain nothing. In my line of work as a correctional officer, if it wasn't pertaining directly to me or staff or inmates immediately around me, I never bothered retaining it. I didn't leave it sit or nothing, I just ignored it and leave it go.
Okay. You had indicated that Mr. Toutant was a sergeant on your unit. What unit was that you were working with him?
Unit 17.
Okay. And I just wanted to also ask you, so is a sergeant a supervisor?
No, he just runs the unit.
Is it more, like when you say runs a unit, what do you mean by that?
He's in charge of the sergeant is in charge of the unit.
Okay.
And me as an officer, I do what I gotta do and I do what he tells me to do.
Okay. Can he hire you or fire you or anything?
No, you can't, no.
Okay. So, do you recall ever having any conversations with Mr. Toutant about the Lake Emily incident at all after the fact?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay. Do you recall him having to strike that, let me rephrase that. Do you recall whether or not he left the unit at some point?
No, not really, no, not that I can remember.
Okay. Do you recall if he, do you recall ever hearing about him being on administrative leave?
No.
Okay. Yeah. I don't have any further questions.
No questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Rahn. Who might be next?
Nick Farley is next.
Farley, have a seat, please, sir. All right. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you affirm or swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. You may lower your hand. Please state your first and last name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Nick Farley, Farley.
Okay, before we get started, if anyone asks you a question and you don't understand it, just tell them you don't understand the question. They'll re-ask it. Nobody wants you to guess or try to, think, speculate, or whatever. It's perfectly okay to say, I don't remember, I don't recall. We only want to know what you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Attorney's a card.
Thank you. you please tell us how you're employed?
Oh, I am employed currently?
Yes.
I'm a used car manager for Summit Automotive.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit, sir. We've got the recorder going here. You're a cars,
Used car sales manager
okay?
for Summit Automotive.
Summit
Summit.
Automotive. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Did you used to work for the Department of Corrections?
I did.
When did you work for the Department of Corrections?
When? Like, when did I start?
Yeah.
Like 09 to, I don't know how long it's been now.
Okay.
4 years or so?
Okay. So 2020, does that sound right?
Sure.
Okay. And do you know a person by the name of Joanna Stolar?
Believe so, yes.
Yes? Okay.
Mhm.
And how did you know Ms. Stolar?
She was a officer. I was supervisor, same
Alright.
prison.
And what unit was that on? If you recall, what unit?
Unit? I think she worked all over.
Okay. And yourself? Did you?
I was a lieutenant, so I didn't have a unit.
You didn't have one specifically?
Utah prison,
Okay.
supervisor.
All right, okay. And what shift, if you recall, were you working on when you left the department?
I believe third shift.
Third shift? Okay. And did you have a romantic relationship with Miss Stolar at some point?
I mean, we had a relationship. But I don't know if it was romantic.
Okay.
I mean, that's not the kind of romantic relationship I'd want to be in.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what do you mean by romantic?
Like
Can you clarify the romantic part? What
Were
do you
you
mean?
dating?
I mean, technically you couldn't date, so I was married.
Okay. Okay. Was it a sexual relationship?
I wouldn't say sexual.
Would you describe it as more of a personal relationship versus maybe a professional relationship?
I mean, there's obviously some pretty strong feelings there.
Okay. And so, do you recall this ice fishing derby that occurred on Lake Emily in January 27th of 2020?
I know Dodge had it, I wasn't there, but
Okay.
I know they had it.
Okay, so you weren't there that day. And I should probably back up and ask you, did you know Jason Toutant from DOC?
Mhm.
Did you ever work with him?
I did.
You did? Okay. Do you know Alexander Hartzheim?
Yep, I grew up with all the guys.
Alright. And in terms of the ice fishing event, when did you, strike that, let me start over. Did you learn about an incident involving Ms. Stolar and Mr. Toutant that occurred at that event?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you first find out about that?
I think right shortly after it happened.
And when you say shortly after it happened, same day, next day?
That I don't remember, but I want to say it could have been the same day.
Okay. And how did you find out about that incident?
She notified me
Do you remember how she notified you?
at work, I believe.
maybe you could tell me, was it text, email, in person, phone?
Honestly, that I don't remember. It could have been a telephone call. I could have swore I was at work, I don't know.
Okay. So you're at work. And so what did she tell you about the incident? What did she say?
It was basically what happened. She said I don't know where they took place, at the bar or outside on the ice, but he grabbed her inappropriately, and I know when she told me that, I told her to file a report.
Sorry, I'm just writing down some stuff. And when you said told her to file a report, what did you mean by that?
Well, she had to file the complaint to someone higher up than me.
Okay.
I believe that's how it started. I guess I don't remember exactly, but
And did you, when you said somebody higher than you, did you discuss any filing of reports with law enforcement or just with?
I guess I don't remember how exactly. It could have been law enforcement. But I do remember I had mentioned to, I think he was a captain at the time, Mason, about the incident when I was notified.
How did you inform Captain Mason?
I just told him. Again, I was like, you hear what happened? This is what happened. And then he was put under investigation 2 times shortly after, and I think me and Mason were the ones that walked him out.
When you say walked him out, you
I
mean?
put on investigation,
Okay,
so taken off perimeter.
okay, like it is administratively?
Yep.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned it to Captain Mason, was it on that day or?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Now, it sounds odd, but were you somebody that was referred to as a white shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just to turn it, so, all right, so as a white shirt, do you also, have to do, if an employee comes to you with like a complaint about another employee, or discrimination or harassment, is that something that, you as a white shirt would, write up for that person?
You would start the, I guess the paper trail for sure.
Okay.
But normally you would notify someone higher, the whole chain of command thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. Toutant about the ice fishing incident?
Never.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Mr. Hartson about it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And, you ever hear any rumors at the institution about the incidents at the ice fishing tournament?
I mean, the place is a freaking rumor mill, so yeah.
Okay. Do you recall any specific rumors that you heard?
Not that like nothing stands out. out, but I know there was lots of talk about the incident, and I guess I don't know like specifics.
I guess if you can recall any specific things that you've heard about the ice fishing incident.
Me being not there, so I don't know. Like I just going off of kind of what Joanna told me, and that's about it. I didn't dig any deeper into it.
Okay. Did you hear any other employees talk about the incident itself or the investigation afterwards?
No, I thought that part was pretty quiet. But also don't your supervisors, you can't just sit around and talk to everybody about it, so.
Now you said the places of rumor mill.
Well,
Okay. You ever hear rumors about yourself?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure the first day that me and Joanna ever talked, they were saying we're banging, so that's how that place goes. And then if you're a pretty girl like Joanna, there's some supervisors that'll treat you differently because you're prettier than them or whatever it is.
Did you hear rumors about other employees?
Not all the time.
Okay. Did you ever hear rumors about other employees like having sexual intercourse with each other?
I don't know. You never know if they're kidding or not, but yeah, people would say that.
Okay.
Even if they're talking, you know they're not.
Did you ever hear any rumors involving Mr. Hartzheim and Joanna on the ice, or at the ice fishing tournament, I guess?
I mean, the only thing I ever heard was something he was there and wanted to see her boobs. And that was right in front of her, his wife or whatever she is.
Now, you indicated that you had walked Mr. Touton out when he was put on administratively.
Mhm.
Do you recall whether or not Ms. Stolar was back from her leave?
No clue.
Okay.
When you do that, it's pretty secret
Okay.
until obviously they're gone and the rumors start flying in.
Okay. So I did want to ask you about when you left the Department of Corrections. Is it fair to say there was a kind of an investigation going on at the time that
Yeah.
you resigned? Okay. And do you recall what that investigation was involving?
No, it was misuse of like state, what would they call it, like property, basically email, phone.
Sorry, I'm just taking a note here. And what was your understanding of the misuse of the property?
I don't know, they didn't get into, I didn't know I guess all the information before I had resigned.
Okay.
But if your next question is, was it between me and Joanna, yes.
Okay.
I think it started more or less of a complaint.
Okay. And was it, part of it having to do with, like, large amounts of communications between the two of you, if you recall?
Honestly, I have no idea.
I'm sorry.
I have no idea what,
Okay,
Like
sorry.
I literally, they talked to me twice, and I already had made up my mind, I'm like, I'm not gonna put myself through this, although I don't think I would've lost my job, but I just didn't wanna.
Okay. Do you recall who you talked to twice for that investigation?
Some gentleman from Madison. so-
Okay.
I don't know if they could have kept it in-house because of the investigation with the two-time, I think that was still going at the time.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you had quite a bit of communication with Joanna while you were both employed at the department?
Yeah.
And would you characterize it as professional communications and personal communications?
It's a good question. I would say, I mean, the majority of it was probably just not work related.
Okay. So, in terms of, let me just back up here. So, you reported the one communication where she told you that the incident with Mr. Toutant happened.
Yeah.
And then, were there subsequent communications between the two of you about that incident?
I probably would assume so. I don't remember.
Alright. Were there any communications, in terms of questions about what was initially reported? And I'm sorry, I may need to, let me rephrase that. So, in terms of the initial communication, did you also hear from other individuals about what was going on during that incident?
Sure.
Do you remember what types of things you heard?
I don't remember. I'm pretty close with like everybody in the institution, so they all could talk to me, they all.
Okay. So, do you recall if you heard that Ms. Stolar was intoxicated at the event?
I guess I don't recall that. I think the majority of people were,
Okay. If you
but not
heard,
specifically, I think I heard that. I don't know.
okay. If you.
But I know me personally, I know she doesn't drink that much. I can tell you that.
Okay. So, have you ever been to that event?
No.
Okay.
I don't do work stuff.
Okay. do you ever recall sending her an email stating, something to the effect of, what's up, drunken pants?
No,
No?
maybe, I don't know. That sounds pretty weird. I don't know. Are you saying like that same night or something?
I guess it didn't really give you a specific night, so,
I don't know.
or right around the time of the event. Okay, so, can I ask you to take a look at that large binder on the table with you? And, if you go to R69, please. I know, there's a lot of paper there.
Here it is.
So, so that is already,
It's already been marked, offered, and admitted. It is Respondent's Exhibit R16 from January 28, and I think we called that one, it's from Mr. Farley to Ms. Stolar at 7:02 a.m.
does that, it's not a very long email, but have you read it? What it says?
Well, for one, I'm questioning myself, why am I up at 7:02? But I don't know. It
Okay.
says it's from my phone.
Okay, so that's your,
To her, this would have been to her work
okay.
email, so why would I send her that to her work email if she's drunk? You know what I mean? That's what it says.
Okay. So, maybe just explain that to me a little bit. So you're saying, can you just tell me what you mean by that?
Well, it says from my number to Joanna.Stolar@wisconsin.gov, which is her work.
Okay.
So why would you be drunk at work? You know what I mean?
Okay.
It says right there.
Okay, that's fair. So, do you recall, whether or not Ms. Stolar was,
I could have been taking pants at 7:02, it could have been at 6, but
Okay.
I don't do that, so I don't know.
okay, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. So, just to clarify, so are you saying that is your phone number, right? From section, or that's your email?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other one is Joanna's at her work email, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It says.
Okay. All right. So, do you recall whether or not you were working that day on the 28th at all?
I don't know.
No?
It's 7:02 a.m. probably. If I worked there and just got home.
Okay. So, do you recall having some conversations back and forth with Joanna about what was going on with this incident that happened on Lake Emily?
What was the date? What was the date of the incident?
Oh, yeah.
So the incident was 27th, and this would be the 28th, the day after?
Boy, I think the day of, I was on a bus actually.
Okay. So when you say on a bus?
Day of, like that fishing thing, I was on, I believe, yeah, I was in transportation, so I was on a bus.
Okay. And the next day, do you recall having any conversations with her back and forth about what was going on?
I don't know.
You don't
I guess
know?
I don't know the time frame.
Mhm.
If it
Okay.
happened, I'm pretty sure we probably talked about it that next day.
Okay.
It's a pretty big thing.
Yeah, okay. So do you recall, Ms. Stolar sending you the, apology email from Mr. Touchon?
Oof, no,
No?
I remember that.
Okay. Do you recall trying to, ask you to look at anything she might send him in response?
Well, if I don't remember that first email, I don't remember that either.
Okay, fair enough. And do you recall ever sending a message about, saying that people judged her instantly and must have thought that she slept around? Do you recall ever sending a message like that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. I would.
But she definitely was judged, I can tell you that.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
I think there are certain things that were fabricated. I can't remember off the top of it, different supervisors definitely treated her wrong or differently. One would be Miller. She's a freaking devil, and sorry. And I don't know. She's probably the main one really that treated her wrong.
I'm sorry, what was that right before you said devil? What was that?
I don't know.
hear.
That was recorded? No, I don't know. She just treated her very bad after the fact, after this happened, because, I mean, Two-Top was one of the good old boys, and it's like, you mess with the wrong guy type thing, and she definitely bullied Joanna. You know, from when she entered the building to when she was on her unit. Definitely how she interacted with females, she interacted with Johanna way differently. And I know Miller, she said things to me when I was in the office, like, oh, you're banging her, so you should know all this stuff. You know, just little comments like that to me.
Okay, Miller said that to you?
Yeah, or Mason, whoever she's married to now, I don't know.
Okay. Oh. Sorry, I gotta change the page here. All right, are you married? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, they just need to pick it
Sorry.
up for the thing. Were you married in 2019?
I was.
Okay. All right. Were you still married in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if there was ever a time where Ms. Stolar showed up at your house and spoke with your wife?
That happened. Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
No.
No? Do you remember if it was before or after the ice fishing incident?
It was summer. I don't remember
Okay.
before or after, I think.
And do you remember if the police showed up there?
I don't recall that part, but I know I was like not around. I was in the house. My
Oh.
wife was just up there talking.
Okay.
There was no huge incident or anything.
Thanks. Do you know a person by the name of Adam Tank?
The officer? Yeah.
Okay. Is that somebody that you worked with at Dodge?
Hmm?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you know Mr. Tank?
Officer?
Just as an officer?
Mhm.
Were you ever, I guess I should have clarified that, were you ever interacting with him like on a social basis or just strictly at work?
Oh, I don't know. I could have been, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think so. It's not really my cup of tea, but.
Okay. So did you ever hear any rumors about Mr. Tank?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know Nate Tank?
Mm-hmm. Good friend.
Okay. So you know him socially outside of work? For obviously you don't work there anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you meet him at the Department of Corrections, or did
No,
you?
we grew up together.
Okay,
Like
so
our
you,
entire lives.
okay, all right. Did you ever hear any rumors about Nate's Tank at work?
No,
No?
I don't think so.
Do you recall an employee by the name of Mackenzie Roberts?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So, how did you know Mackenzie? Was it just at work?
Just at work, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever hear any rumors about her while you were both employed at the department?
Not her, but, I mean, this is just a personal belief. I know she had something against Joanna
Okay.
for some reason. And then she had something against me as well.
Okay. What do you mean by, like, could you like?
I think it was just like a, I don't know, it was a personal thing maybe between them two, or a jealous thing, I have no idea. On Mackenzie's
Okay.
side. But she obviously likes me now, she did buy a car for me a year ago.
Mackenzie did?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Do you ever speak with anybody at work? Like
Yeah,
from-
I saw a lot of vehicles with state employees.
Okay.
So,
Do you socialize with anybody even though you don't work for the Department of Corrections?
Socialize?
Yeah.
Isn't that the same question you just asked?
I just wanted to know if you had seen anybody, and this is more, do you?
Like hang out
Yeah,
outside of, or out, no?
no, just incidental contact. Is that what you mean?
Now it's either if they have a question about a vehicle, they reach out. I mean, it's more or less car
Okay.
stuff.
Okay. So, sorry. Sorry, I don't have my glasses for this, so it's really hard to see. So you indicated that, I just wanted to back up a little bit. So you had told Ms. Stolar to make a report about the ice fishing incident, and then you had mentioned it to Captain Mason.
Mhm.
Did you ever try to reach out to investigators on that case?
I mean, we're all part of the investigator crew.
Okay, I meant maybe more.
Internal, external, like what do you mean?
So anybody, you would be external. Did you?
No,
Okay,
that'd be weird.
okay. So did you internally have any contact with the investigators on the case?
No, no.
Okay. And you had indicated that you felt like, or that it was reported to you that Ms. Miller had, I guess, bullied Joanna.
Not only just her.
Who else?
She, I bet you 50% of the people in that prison gets bullied by her. Used to when I was there. We try and get her.
Do you remember some names of people?
Oh God, I don't know. You could probably just pull in all the females and ask. Do I know that? I don't remember no specifics, but I know Dodge wasn't going to do anything about it, so I walked away from most situations with her.
And can you tell me a little bit more what you mean by them treating her differently?
Joanna?
Yeah.
I know there's an entrance policy, for example, to get into the prison. You gotta, put your bags through a scanner, things like that. And often she would kind of hold her up, just pick her out all the time to go through her stuff or whatever it was, and just to be mean to her, I should say. I mean, I don't know. That's an incident that happened. I don't know. There's some stuff on her unit that was kind of fabricated into, this is bad when it wasn't. And she would try to make it bad or turn it into like an investigation, and it would just get waved off in the end. But just little things like that to nitpick at her.
Okay.
She would do to make her feel uncomfortable or whatever it was.
Okay. So, do you recall if that was before or after the ice fishing incident?
I think it was probably before and after, I would say.
Okay. Do you recall if you saw Mr. Toutant again at Dodge Correctional after you walked him out that day?
Ask that again?
So you indicated you walked Mr. Toutant out of the institution.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see him again back at Dodge Correctional working before you resigned?
Boy, I don't know if he was, I can't remember. There was something they did with him. I don't remember if it was like a light duty type position or, I have no idea.
Okay.
But then I know he was just, whatever, moved to Waupun Correctional.
Okay. And you were aware that there was an investigation being conducted by the Department of Corrections regarding the incident involving Mr. Toutant and also Mr. Hertzheim? Were you aware of those?
Toutant, obviously with Joanne, I don't know what Hartzheim was all about, but
Okay.
I think he's always under investigation for something.
Okay. Are you aware of any investigation that involved Mr. Hertzheim and Ms. Stolar?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, you had said that Mr. Hertzheim's always under investigation for something. How do you know that?
I don't know. He's kind of a goofball, so he tends to just screw up a lot on accident, I think. Or he puts himself in situations where he shouldn't, and he just happens to be there
Okay.
at the wrong time. I don't know. Not necessarily like he's doing something bad. He's just always involved with something stupid.
Oh. Okay, so I think you kind of explained it, but I don't think you answered the question. Can you tell me how you know that there were investigations on him? Like, what was your source?
Objective form. Or to put it another way, it'd be really helpful if we knew what investigation we're talking about.
Well, yeah, I mean, the witness has stated that he's always under investigation. He's clarified, well, not that he's really done anything wrong. He's more of a goofball. He's just constantly involved. So are we talking about in general, or are we talking about a specific? I think the question needs to be clarified.
Thank you.
So in terms of, your knowledge about Mr. Hartzheim, and he's under investigation, where did you get that information from?
Well, as a supervisor, you know who's under investigation, who's not.
Okay.
Because you have to, I was never, well, it was one investigation I was involved in, I don't really remember, but it was, I don't know, I don't think that's. If you need that information, I can tell you, but I don't really remember it.
That's okay.
But I know that was something stupid. That was, I think he got away with it or whatever happened, but nothing happened.
So, did Ms. Stolar report any, additional matters that she heard about herself to you after the investigation?
Maybe, I don't follow.
Sorry, I'm trying to find something. Were you aware of, Ms. Stolar wanting to, pursue like a lawsuit regarding harassment?
I don't know, maybe, I don't recall.
Okay. I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Are good.
Did you ever have any conversations with Ms. Stolar regarding that you were intending on leaving your wife?
Yep.
Yeah, do you remember when that was?
Boy, that was probably way before she even started, but was our whole home issue. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think that really pertains to what's going on here, but.
Okay, and I think just to clarify,
But did she? Oh, yeah, I told her, 100%.
Okay. Do you remember when you told her?
No.
No. Sorry, I'm just trying to look through all of my stuff here. So you had obviously mentioned the rumor mill Did you ever hear any rumors about other supervisors? Captains, lieutenants, higher ups?
I would say yes.
Do you recall any specific rumors you heard?
I mean, the only one with, before I left was, Hartzine and his, I don't know if he's married to her or engaged to her. She's a captain.
Okay. Do you remember her last name at the time?
Webster.
Okay. No. So you had mentioned that you had heard rumors from people regarding you and Ms. Stolar.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you hear those rumors from?
Everybody we talked to, I mean, hard time with them,
Okay.
you know. Probably the segregation intake crew I was the closest with, so they would say things, you know.
Were the rumors regarding you and Ms. Stolar true? Any of them that you heard?
Maybe like two, you know, are you in a relationship? No. Was it something we wanted to be in? Yeah, we did. But obviously I had my own stuff to take care of, she has her own stuff to take care of, and it was more like a wishful, you know, yeah. But anyways, I don't know. There was one rumor, I think it was pretty crazy, about like an abortion.
Do you remember who mentioned it to you?
Did who? Her? Who mentioned it? No.
Okay. So you mentioned that rumors about, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
And me having sex with her inside the prison, that was one.
That was true or not true? I'm
That's
sorry.
definitely not true.
Okay.
They even heard stuff after I left. Like that was one of the rumors, like, oh, you got fired because you got caught having sex with her inside the prison, things like that.
Okay. So you heard those about yourself?
No,
after-
not after, but I said they continued to, I guess I meant they continued that same sexual part still being brought up after I quit, I guess is what I meant.
Okay. Got it. Did you continue to have contact with Ms. Stolar after she left the department?
Very little.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Attorney Hitchcock-Cross.
Judge, just because of time of day, I want to get him out of here, but just can I have like a minute? I'm just going to get a drink of water and then I'll be ready. Will that be okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, no?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, yes. Yes. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready to go. So long as I sat all day. Slip disc in my back, so. Killing sciatic through my two
Well.
toes are numb.
Yeah, it's awful.
This one over here can empathize with
Yes,
your
I can.
back issues.
Wednesday's my appointment, so I'm looking forward to it. It might have to be tomorrow now, I don't know.
Hopefully they'll be able to help you. I have a broken back, so.
She broke hers, yeah.
So you ready for my questions?
Sure.
Great, let's do it. I'm ready to ask them. Have we ever talked, by the way?
Never.
Never, okay. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, so there's one thing in particular that you said that I'd like to just to get some more clarification on. I think you said something like, in response to the Alicia Miller rumors that DCI or Dodge or something like that would never do anything about that. And I'm just paraphrasing here. But can you explain to me why you thought that was the case?
She gets away with murder at that place. She's a bully, 100%.
Okay. And why do you think she meaning Lieutenant Miller, was targeting females in particular?
Probably because she was better looking. She kind of is very immature supervisor, and she takes it like that.
Okay.
So she'll make someone like Joanna feel, this big, and I'm the boss, and I'm going to bully you and tell you, just shoot little things at you and tell you just quit. Or there's a lot of females that quit out of that prison.
Okay, and at that time, do you think the warden of that prison knew of Lieutenant Miller's behavior?
I would guess.
Okay.
I guarantee you there's complaints all the time on her.
And yet nothing happened, is that fair to say? Okay, and did you ever investigate any of those complaints?
I didn't, because I knew nothing would happen.
Okay. And on that note, were you ever aware of any DOC employee, blue shirt, white shirt, whatever, not filing a complaint because, like, for example, with Lieutenant Miller, they believed that nothing would happen?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us those?
Well, I don't know, situational, I don't know exacts, but it definitely happened.
Okay, and I get that. Without naming any names, for example, I mean, are we talking about other complaints, for example, against Lieutenant Miller that people just wouldn't file because they had given up?
Can you ask that again, I guess? I'm sorry.
Sure, and I think the general question here is, are you aware of DOC employees not filing complaints because of the conditions at DCI? And I thought the answer to that was yes.
I mean, a lot of things just didn't get taken care of properly, I believe. So a lot of, I don't know, like in Joanna's circumstance, I don't know if she did file a complaint on her. I would assume she did, but just nothing ever got taken care of. She just I believe she treats females bad.
Okay. And and I think we had this testimony, but throughout the entire time, before Ms. Stolar makes a complaint, after she makes a complaint, before she resigns, that whole time, Lieutenant Miller is treating her worse.
Yeah.
Okay. And you personally observed that, fair?
I guess I didn't personally observe it. It's how she talked to me in the office, like after all this happened with the two-time thing. I mean, she was making statements like, oh, you're banging her, things like that, so you should know. Or she would just dig at me like that, so.
Okay. And if we can just narrow down, this is after the fishing trip, and I think you've made a couple references to this. This is you and Lieutenant Miller, and she's making references to you about your relationship with Ms. Stolar, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. What is the discussion, if at all, about Mr. Two-Time at that time?
Nothing. I mean, honestly, that was all pretty quiet.
Okay.
With me, anyways.
I understand. But then I'm confused to the extent that I thought I understood you to say that the period of time when Lieutenant Miller is talking to you about you should know because you're banging Stolar or whatever,
yeah.
Right? That's happening in between these two things.
Mm-hmm.
So my question, I guess, to you is, what should you have known? Can you explain that to us?
Boy, it was just, God, I'm trying to remember what it was, but she definitely said that to me. I think it was something, I don't know.
Okay.
I believe it was something to do with this investigation, and then she had a question about it, and then it went to, you should know you're banging her, whatever. I know I walked out on that, because I was like, I'm not going to snap.
Okay. Do you Sorry, when Officer Stolar told you of what she alleged to be a sexual assault, you told her to file a complaint, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and that's per policy, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you told Captain Mason about what happened?
Mhm.
Do you know if Captain Mason did anything?
Not sure.
Okay. But according to your knowledge of the policy, Captain Mason should have made sure that a complaint was filed. Isn't that true?
And to be honest, I don't know if he was a captain or not,
Okay.
but he was the senior.
At least a white shirt?
on, yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I know, I mentioned it to him, and he was just like, holy cow, really? And then, honestly, whatever happened with that afterwards, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Now, you were put under investigation at some point, and that's after the fishing trip?
Yeah.
And that's at least related to communications you had with Ms. Stolar, is that true? Okay. Do you believe that that was retaliatory at all?
Objection, foundation, and, I'm sorry.
It's okay,
I
go.
was gonna say speculative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
all
can
of
you
those,
answer-
all of those things, I'm gonna ask you to break it up, and you can do it a different way.
I can. I was just ignoring it because of the.
Well, that was the
asked
next
it.
thing I was getting ready to say, is we're not tag teaming.
Sure,
Um,
but I can
So-
rehabilitate the question.
yeah, if we could rehabilitate the question, and then, you can pass notes all you want. I just only want to hear from one of you as to objections.
Perfect, okay.
Okay.
So, there was an investigation that was started on you, right? And do you know how it was started?
I have my own belief on how it started. It was a complaint off an officer.
Okay,
I think she put this whole mix of, kind of turned things into something crazy, and that's how it started.
okay.
It was, I think Joanna worked with her, I believe, and then filed a complaint.
So, I'm confused. You don't know how it happened, but you're assuming it was another officer that worked with Ms. Stolar who filed a complaint on you? Is that, did I
Yeah, I mean, it's
Did I
all-
get that correct?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, that's all I want to know, because I'm taking notes here.
Okay. So if I can turn your attention to Exhibit 28 in that packet, there should be a tab there that says 28. Did you ever see the investigation materials, the quote-unquote packet against you?
Against me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, but you've done investigations over the course of your experience at the time at the DOC?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with the form 15807?
Do you want me to look at this, or?
Just a second though, are you familiar with the form 15807?
I don't recall what that is, no.
Okay. Do you inform with the employee investigation report, the first report of potential work rule violation?
That would be the captain that would do that.
Okay, but are you I'm saying based on your
Am
knowledge?
I familiar with it?
Yes.
It's familiar, yes, but have I seen it? I don't think so.
And I'm not talking about this particular case, I'm saying, have you
In
ever seen
general,
that
yeah.
form? You've never seen that form?
I don't know. I'm going to go with, I don't recall that form.
Okay. And, well, let me think.
It's only because the captains only deal with those types of forms, and I was lieutenant, so we never really were involved with those forms. We were there, but I never looked at them.
I got it, okay, okay. So you participated in the investigations, but you didn't necessarily complete all the paperwork, is that fair?
Correct.
Got it, okay. So, after the phishing event, and I understand, or is it correct that you learned what happened directly from Ms. Stolar? Okay. After that, did you hear any other rumors or any other information about what had happened at the fishing event?
I don't think I heard anything until after the complaint was filed. And then
Okay.
it was all just talk of town.
Okay. And that's the last thing I want to be clear on. When you're saying complaint, at this point, you're talking about the internal complaint?
Yeah, from Joanna.
Okay. Did the rumors change, or are you aware, excuse me, I'm going to back up. Are you aware of whether or not there was a criminal complaint ever filed against Mr. Touton?
I believe so.
Do you believe that or did the rumors change after the criminal complaint was filed?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you hear any rumors of there being any, that Ms. Stolar should drop charges against Mr. Touton?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you hear any rumors that Ms. Stolar was to blame for what happened on the fishing trip?
Yes.
Okay. You heard that, who did you hear that for, generally speaking?
No idea.
Okay.
But I did hear that.
And I guess what all I'm saying is a blue shirt or white shirt?
Blue shirt.
Okay. Did you ever hear of any white shirts gossiping, for lack of a better word, about Ms. Stolar?
Yes. They did, yes, but I don't remember like what. I know the one was the banging thing, and then I don't know. No.
Okay. And when you heard any of these rumors, did you tell anybody to knock it off anytime?
No,
Okay. Why not?
because that place is a cesspool of rumors. I don't know. Like, if you just get you're immune to it after a while, I guess.
Okay. Do you think it would have changed anything if you had told anybody to stop?
Probably.
We've heard some testimony that you weren't privy to about the intake group, and I think you said that that was the group that you were most familiar with. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Ms. Stolar work in that group?
Very rarely, I believe.
Okay. And did Mr. Touton ever work in that group?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And not at all. Do you recall if after the fishing trip that it was possible for Ms. Stolar and Mr. Touton to be working together at the intake group?
Objection, form of question.
Okay, you weren't,
I'm so sorry.
Same. I don't know. I was trying to write something out.
I know,
Right, and I'm trying to conduct an examination.
right, and I'm trying to rule on these things. So, could you repeat your question before I make a ruling, please?
And just going forward,
No, what you just said that started that.
I don't recall it. Oh, was it, yes, thank you very much. Was it possible for Ms. Stolar and Mr. Touton after the fishing trip to be working at the intake group together?
Objection, the form of the question is assuming if it,
Well, no, it's speculative.
yes.
That's the problem I has. Why don't you ask him if he knows?
I could do that.
Yeah,
Can we repair the tag teaming a little bit here?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Tag team's got to stop. So
do
one of you
know
pick.
if they had worked together at the same time at the Unit 17, or sorry, intake?
Do I know?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. Do you recall having any conversations with Ms. Stolar about being concerned about working with Mr. Touton after the fishing trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you, what, if any, was your end of that conversation?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay. And do you recall if Ms. Stolar went to Madison to work for light duty at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And then she came back, is that fair, to DCI?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
so.
Okay. Sir, as a general question, do you think that there's anything that we haven't asked you, or any information that you think is relevant that we should know that would help the judge in making her decision here today?
Objection, this question is like.
Yeah,
so vague.
it's extremely vague, and I don't know that he even knows what decision I'm supposed to be making. You know,
How about
why
this?
don't you just ask him if he
Is
has
there any
anything to
question?
add to his testimony?
Do you have anything to add to your testimony?
I don't know. I know she was mistreated, I feel, and she was a bully, and I don't know. That's really all I have. She was just mistreated. It's kind of a weird time of my life, so
Okay.
very dark, and I mean, that's kind of why I quit. I wanted to do better in life, so I left, and I'm not dealing with this, so. Dealing with this as in the rumors, the bullying, the continued BS the state continues to do, so I left better myself, and I'm way better, so.
Okay. And do you? I have no more questions for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, redirect Attorney Zakar.
No redirect.
Okay. Now I've got 50, no, I don't have it. Don't panic. No, you are free to go, Mr. Farley. Thank you very
Do I have
much,
to come
sir.
tomorrow?
No, you are done.
I got cars to buy.
No, you have cars to sell.
Well, I buy them.
Well, then you
You
gotta
gotta
sell.
spend money to make money, John.
Well, okay, there we go. All right.
I today while I was here, though, so that's
Yeah. Don't forget your sunglasses, sir. And thank you for coming.
Yeah.
It is 4:51, folks. Do we have time in 9 minutes for somebody else? I don't know where you are. You're free.
Free?
Oh yeah, you.
Cut me off.
It's the best news anybody ever hears, and they never have to see us again.
What are we thinking?
So we have one witness who, I don't know, I'm hoping could take a couple minutes, but then again, who knows?
Let's
Well,
do
the
it.
thing is then we have.
Well, I'll be happy to, I mean, at this point, Judge, I think we should get the 10 minutes in and just do it, and then we'll see what happens. If we gotta postpone, we postpone, but I think we should get as much in as we can. That's my feeling.
Works for me. Who's next? I just need to know who's next and who's asking.
Sievertson, Mr. Sievertson.
Great.
Sievertson. Let me find the name.
Also known as Seivertson.
That would be David.
David, yes, sorry,
David Sievertson.
yes.
Okay.
We're doing some good work here today. I think we're getting things moving.
Yes. I agree with that assessment, sir.
That was meant for you guys as well. I think we're progressing.
I'm sorry.
Not at all. I know it's late. But sometimes that's the best time for compliments.
Have a seat right here, sir. Before I mangle your name, is it Sievertson?
Seivertson.
Sievertson.
Told you, Judge. Told you.
Okay, Mr. Sievertson, if you could raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you affirm or swear testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you may lower your hand. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
First name is David, last name is Seivertson. It's S-Y-V as in Victor, E-R-T-S-O-N.
Thank you. Before we get started, if anybody asks you a question and you don't understand it, please ask them and tell them I don't understand it. We don't want you to speculate. If you don't know or you can't remember, you can't recall, that is an acceptable, wonderful answer. So don't guess.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you. Attorney Zakar.
Thank you. Could you tell us how you're employed?
For the Department of Corrections.
What is your job title?
Officer, correctional officer.
Okay. How long have you been employed as a correctional officer?
Almost 27 years.
And were you working as a correctional officer at Dodge Correctional Institution in the year 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still at Dodge?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know a person by the name of Joanna Stolar?
Yes.
Do you know what she looks like?
I remember her now after seeing her here
Okay, so you did see, where is she?
across the room from me.
Is she by the complainant sign?
Yes.
Do you know Jason Toutant?
Yes.
How do you know him?
As a coworker and a friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him for?
Quite a while. I would say over 10 years.
Okay. And did you attend the ice fishing tournament that occurred on Lake Emily on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you recall what time you got there?
No, I don't.
Did you stay for the entire ice fishing event?
Yes.
Does that include not only being on the lake, but also going to the bar or restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Toutant that day while you were there?
I believe I did, yeah.
Do you have any specific recollection about conversations?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you ever see any interactions between Mr. Toutant and Ms. Stolar that day?
Well, after getting my report back, I stated that, I'd come back from getting a tip-up and he was given a back massage.
Okay. Did you see anything else other than a back massage?
No.
And when you were, if you recall, were you, was your tip-up in the general area of Mr. Toutant?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall hearing any rumors about the incident between Mr. Toutant and Ms. Stolar after the fact?
After the fact,
Do you recall what kinds of rumors you heard?
just when I got questioned the first time.
Okay. So was that
Might have been in March or something, I believe.
okay? So that was the first time you heard anything?
As far as I can recall, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear any rumors afterwards?
I don't recall exactly what they were.
Okay. Did you ever speak to Mr. Toutant about this incident?
No, not that I can recall.
Did you ever speak to Ms. Stolar about it?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Hitchcock-Croft?
Just a quick question. Were you subpoenaed to come here today?
No, I was not.
Why are you here?
I received an email stating that I was to be here at 9 a.m.
Okay, who was that from, do you know? Mr. Ross, maybe?
Ross, yes.
Okay. And do you believe that they had, that it was an employment directive for you to appear here?
Objection relevant?
Yeah, it's not relevant.
He explained where he got the email from. It wasn't a subpoena, but that we're going to move on from that. I'm not going to allow that question. I think you got what you needed to get, and it doesn't really add anything additional towards the issue before the case. So you're welcome to rephrase.
Okay, I'll ask you this question, sir. Are you afraid of retaliation for your testimony here today?
Objection, there's no foundation.
I don't think we need foundation for that simple basic question if he's afraid of retaliation in regards to his testimony. I think that's an okay question to ask, and he's answered he's not afraid.
Great, thank you, sir. I have no more questions for you.
I have nothing further.
That was it.
You knew who to look at. I think you've done this before.
That's it then?
Yes, sir. You are free to go.
Make sure they pay you a full day.
Mr. Syvertson, pronounced correct. Okay, next.
That's it. It's
That's
done.
it. 5.
You run out your witnesses too?
No,
You got
No.
more in the hopper?
Yeah.
You got 30 seconds. Let's do it.
I don't think I have 30 seconds.
There's your sense of humor.
Okay, I'm going to, we're going to close the hearing, go off the record. I will see everybody back here bright and early. We will start again at 9:30 a.m. for day 6.
Judge, can I just say that maybe we don't need more of the witnesses who didn't see anything, or maybe possibly fewer of those witnesses? I'm just going to say that out loud.